All right. Recording in progress. Here we go.
I'll figure out how to get it after.
Yeah, no worries there. Oh man, it's been a minute. Maybe a little extended recap is required. So, welcome back to Tyranny of Dragon. You guys have been on quite a mission, and this mission is extended for quite a long while. It's been about 2 months since you met with Master Leosin and Unthar Froom of the Order of the Gauntlet way back in Elturel, and were assigned with the task of tracking the Cult of the Dragon, finding their shipment, tracking it, seeing where it goes, and figuring out where their base is, figuring out where all this gold is going and for what purpose, what they're up to. Basically, deciphering and possibly solving the plot behind the Cult of the Dragon. In the meantime, those individuals, a little more push and pull with the movers and shakers of the Sword Coast, are going to try and build together a resistance. And this has been your mission for some time. You've gone from Baldur's Gate to Waterdeep. You've been from Waterdeep to Karnath's Roadhouse. You've been through Karnath's Roadhouse through a mucky sewer, and now find yourselves in the middle of the swamp, the Mare of Dead Men. Only Lyra Goth is probably happy about this, as she does seem to vibe with the swamp and the smelliness, whereas the rest of you, I don't know, that's up to you. But more recently, as you were traveling and tried to set up camp for the night, as it has been a long, long day, you found yourself attacked, ambushed by lizard folk. The same, perhaps, lizard folk, or at least from the same peoples, that were taking some of those cargo pieces from Karnath's Roadhouse and moving them through the swamp to somewhere. There is a path. Through the grace of your ranger, you've been following it. But now you have yourselves quite a few captives. And here you are, at camp, late in the eve. They seem to be quite reverent towards Lyra Goth. And it's also worth noting that one of these lizard folk motioned to Alvira,
I think it was
or
Terrence,
Aravir.
wasn't it?
Aravir.
Oh, it was Aravir, okay.
It was Aravir.
Cool.
Motioned sort of subtly to Aravir that they wished to speak or wished to help and converse. And with that, we ended the session. So, you're all going to get a long rest. I think if we haven't already clicked that button, go ahead. Yeah, you guys are gonna get a nice long rest. And you will awaken the next morning as the sun doth shine a little more in the sunlight. You see your lizard captives are still remain, and all of you can rise a little healthier, a little hardier. So, what would you like to do?
Ciel is going to see if there's any way she can possibly scrounge up some food somewhere, maybe fishing or something.
Okay. Okay. Why don't you make me a survival check?
That is
23.
23. You are going to come upon, what are we going to say? You find yourself a small crocodile, one that is still asleep, and you think you might be able to take out by yourself and bring it back to camp for some gator. Go ahead and make me a stealth check. You'll have advantage, because you have multi-attack. If there's anything else you want to tag on to that, let me know.
Oh, damn. 19 plus 4. So 20.
24. Okay, fantastic. Or 23, I think. Either way, with two remarkable shots, the crocodile is spooked to awakenness, and the second shot slams it into its heart, and you have procured for your party breakfast.
Awesome. And I'm going to try to skin it too.
You're gonna try and skin it too. Fantastic. All right. Give me a moment. I'm gonna whip out my hunter stiff.
I'm winning.
Crocodile. You want a crocodile for breakfast?
Civilization.
It might be. Oh well, you silly bugger. Blowy mate, look at the size of that croc. Yeah, you catch it. This will take some time, but I'm sure there's plenty to do around camp. Make me a nature check to see if you can figure out what pieces of the beast must be carved, or what is valuable anyway.
18.
Yeah, easy. Two things. The first is that you may procure for yourself crocodile teeth. It'll fill a single pouch worth, and it's only worth about 3 silver. But they can. There's some pretty cool teeth. Some of them are up to 4 inches long. They can be used to create simple jewelry, craft. I'd even say if you want to use them for arrowheads, that could be cool too. Weighs about 2 pounds. And then lastly is the actual skin itself, a highly durable and thus desirable for heavy-duty items such as footwear, belts. It's also very popular for apparel, bags, upholstery, and furniture. You could probably sell this pelt off for 4 gold pieces, or perhaps make armor out of it. But be aware, it does go bad after 10 days. It will
10
expire.
days. Okay. Let me just make a
Well, it
note
does
there.
weigh 3 pounds. So crocodile teeth, 3 silver for the pouch, crocodile skin, 4 gold for the skin.
Okay, let me just
2 pounds, then 3 pounds
Ah,
respectively.
fucking thing. Crocodile skin.
I'm gonna say the whole process of hunting, killing, cooking, and then cleaning the beast. I'm gonna say that's about 2 hours.
Okay.
Yep. Hour to hunt, hour to clean it.
And crocodile teeth. And that is 2 silver. 2 silver?
Teeth are 2 silver. Oh, sorry, 3 silver. 3 silver
Okay.
for the teeth, 4 gold for the skin.
Sounds good. Excellent.
All right.
Tastes like chicken.
Tastes like chicken. Terrence, for whatever reason, sleeping in. What are you guys doing? What else? That's definitely our hunter for the next little while.
I'm guessing we should approach the lizard men because we can't stay here forever. We should sort of move forward. So,
As we're packing up camp, I'll go talk to the lizard folk. So they wanted to speak with me, so I'll go do that.
Okay. You will note that he did say like want to help speak in private.
Oh, got it. Well, then I'll with them in private.
Okay, you kind of like take this one lizard folk away. Are you just sort of like doing it real friendly like? Are you making a show of like you're a prisoner and we're gonna go beat you up over here? Like, what are you doing anything in that regard?
No, I think if anything, she's very matter of fact about it. Like not untying him, but not being super friendly either. Not
Got it.
overly intimidating. Yeah, just pretty. If you wanted to talk, let's talk kind of thing.
All right. You kind of like take the one aside. It's still all tied up. Just get rid of that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, you bring them over. Um, you will recall these guys did speak Draconic. It seems to be their primary language. And you believe I speak this language, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
the two of you can converse fairly fluently. Um,
Uh, yeah, gonna set him down on a rock and tell him, all right, you wanted to speak with me. You've got my ear.
let's see. All right. Says, yes, I am Snapjaw. That is my name. I, I am unhappy about the situation here in the mare. I think you may all be the key to helping me and my people to drive out the cultists and to slaughter the cruel bullywogs.
Oh, these lizards were helping the cultists, right?
Mm-hmm. Or
Um,
it seemed to be they were hauling their loot through the swamp. That's what they seem to be doing.
so you're no friends to the cultists.
We work for the cultists, but it is not a good situation. We
Wow.
we are treated very poorly, and our leader was killed some time ago, and without guidance, we find ourselves working for the cultists, but they favor the bullywogs, and they are very cruel to us lizard folk.
What would you do with yourselves if you were free of the cultists and the bullywugs?
Says we would go back to living our normal way. We many of my people are unhappy but unconfident to rebel because we are not as strong.
Describe your normal way of life.
We keep to the mare, to the swamp. We keep to our own. We have always lived in this swamp, but things are different now. Ever since the cult came, ever since the bullywugs came, we've been forced to make alliances for our own protection.
I understand. And would you be able to show us where this cultist home base is?
Yes, I show you. I get you in. You all look like cultists. You are armed, and I could get you in. Yes. And maybe we speak with my people, but we must do so quietly. Not everyone agrees. My people are of different minds. But perhaps with you here now, they can be convinced. It's time.
Can I insight check them for sincerity and honesty?
Certainly.
Got an 18.
You sense that there's he looks at you with almost a sort of zealotous excitement, as if to say, like, you're the Messiah, you're what we've been waiting for. Like he very much thinks your presence here is like a sign from some god or something. You don't detect any deception in his voice. You think that he's probably pretty good for his word. He might be a reliable ally.
And just how many of your people disagree with your notions?
Bullywugs. It is difficult to say. Nobody is happy, but not all are confident about rebelling. We are not certain we have the numbers or strength. My people lack confidence. You understand?
And do I see any like sigils or symbols of who he might worship?
Not on his person. He doesn't really have any clothing whatsoever, other than his spear and his. Well, he doesn't have that shit anymore, so he's just naked.
Um, to which god do your people praise?
Good question. Oops, sorry. It says, I think it's Tiamat. Let me see here. It says, tricky. Many have wanted to work with the cult because they worship Dragon Queen, but we're not so certain of this. You see, our shaman was killed, and we have no godly connection any longer.
Godless people can be dangerous.
Yeah, so we see we try to find our leaders and to be coordinated where we can, but we have no leader, and the Bullywugs have their very strong leader, and the cultists have many very powerful leaders, so we are disorganized and uncertain, and we're not of one mind.
And what do I know of bullywugs? Does you know?
Nature check.
Oh, that was a failure for 6.
6? You never heard of Bullywugs before?
What are these bullywugs that you speak of? I've never heard of them before.
Bullywugs, they are swamp dwellers like us, but we are lizard. We are lizard men, yes? But bullywugs, they are frog men. Yes, frog men, but they are dirty, and they are insufferable, and mean, and lazy, and bullies. Bullywugs. But they have a leader. They have a very powerful shaman leader. Farblex Spattergoo.
Farblex Splattergoo?
Yep, I will put that right in the Zoom chat for you. Yes. Very strong name, very regal.
Okay. I certainly agree. That's not true. I don't think that's a cool name at all. But trying to be polite. So
I know.
Okay. And why did you seek me out to help you?
Because you could free us, I think, we lizard folk, from the cults. If the cult goes away and the bullywugs go away, we lizard folk, we could be free to roam the swamp and not have to live under their thumb anymore.
Well, let me speak with the rest of my traveling companions, and perhaps the enemy of my enemy is a friend. And I'll
Oh, that's incredibly wise. You must be a very wise person to have thought of something like that to say in this moment.
I'll extend a hand, help him up, but I'm still gonna leave him in his bindings.
He goes, yes, do not tell my tribe that we have spoken of allyship so far. I don't know how they would take it. This may be, delicate process. But I could still be good friend, very good friend.
Okay. Understood.
They promised us great rewards, but I don't think we will be rewarded. Yes, I be prisoner again. And he's sort of like, we'll go with you, and return to the line.
Okay. And at some point when we're traveling and we're in private, within privacy, sorry, when we have a moment of privacy, I'll tell the rest of the party about our conversation.
Yeah, you bring the party to the side. You get the sense these guys don't speak very good common anyway, so, like even the one guy spoke in incredibly broken common. So you bring them to the side, and hushed common tones, you may all commune beyond the comprehension of the lizard folk.
Okay. So this might be an opportunity for us to get into the cultists' home base, or whatever you want to call it. What do you guys think?
If this lizard knows different ways other than the front door, it might be to our advantage to make use of that.
It is complicated because not all the lizard folk are on board yet, and
Well,
you know,
these ones have an affinity towards Lyragoth. Maybe we can use that to our advantage.
I have a way with words from time to time, so perhaps we can convince them when the time comes.
Why are you searching?
Well,
I
I
don't know,
like
you
the
said-
sneaky path. So let's go for the sneaky path.
Well, if there is a sneaky path.
So are we kind of like following the trail of the cultists right now, but
What?
these lizard folk potentially are going to lead us directly to them? Is that kind of what's happening here?
Yeah. Yeah, let me see here. You've got the trail already. You suspect that you could probably continue following without their aid if you wanted to. But you don't know what you're gonna find at the end of the trail. And this guy's basically saying, like, yeah, like, I'll get you in.
Yeah. I think we ally with the lizard folk, and I'm always partial to helping others as well when we can, and it looks like our interests align, so I don't see why not.
Yellow will nod, and I speak their language as well, so maybe we can both make an effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shroud, what do you think?
I think in hearing I guess like the information that was being shared, like I will do whatever the group feels is best. So not necessarily say anything, but I'll indicate that with you know, my emotions that I will go along with whatever the group wants.
Proceed.
Yeah,
Proceed.
proceed.
Star
Guy just
just
gives
kind
the
of
most like dark anime fucking like just slight nod, and there's like a "Woo!" and you all know that Shroud agrees. You don't know what with, but Shroud agrees. Whatever the plan is.
Star just kind of like sees Shroud doing this, and he's like, "He's so cool."
love
I
that.
think Aoife and Terrence are gonna say, well, I think if we're gonna be going through and we're gonna be keeping some prisoners with us, why don't me and Terrence can sort of keep an eye on them from the rear, and you guys can kind of make sure the way ahead is safe. Does that sound like a good idea?
Yeah. How many lizard folk do we have with us?
Too many.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. Okay. Perhaps we try to figure out which lizard folk are ally and which are not, and who needs convincing before we get to where we're going.
That
Okay.
might be hard, but okay.
Or we can just ask Snapjaw. Might have some notion. And I'll call him over, but kind of gruffly like point at him and say, "Hey, you, come over here."
Snapchat goes, me? Like looking at his friends, and they're like they don't want to be in trouble. And Staffjaw is sort of makes his way over. Terrence gives him a little like push on the shoulder, but it's more like a pat because he's just such a nice guy. And Staffjaw speaks in Draconic exclusively and says, yes, I be prisoner. Yes.
Which one of your comrades need convincing?
All of them. Well, not all of them, but the ones here, mostly. You see, they wait for the omens to be right. And I think you are the omens.
Nice. Okay. Do you think now's a good time, or should we try convincing?
Oh, there is more. There's more of us. This is not all lizard folk at the castle. There's more.
This is a good place to start.
Yes, we go, I think, to the castle, and there'll be meeting that we always have secret meeting at night, and you can all be in the secret meeting at night, and they will see you are the true omens. Yes.
Snapjaw, that was really important to share in our first conversation. I feel like we left out a detail, but okay, it's all forgiven. And she'll like sigh.
Are there any other details you forgot to tell us?
And he thinks really hard to make sure that he doesn't miss any details. And he goes, there are others. There are few of us, but there are others. Nobody's happy, though. Nobody's happy. The bullywugs bully us and beat us and make us work harder than everyone else, and the cultists let it happen, so no one is happy. But a few of us want to rebel, but most think that it's not the right time. They wait for the omens, but we have no shaman, so it's hard to see the omens. But I think you could all be the omens. You could convince them, yes? Yes. Big rebellion.
Would they listen to the dragon?
Well,
Ooh, great omen, yes. You see, they all bow to your mighty dragon. This great omen, yes.
I also possess magics that allow us to commune with the gods. Perhaps this might convince them and answer some of their questions.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Well, we'll try to convince them, or
But they prepare. It is lizard folk prepare. They are not ready to take revenge. They wait for the omens to be right. But we prepare. We hide weapons. Yes, we stockpile them. Yes, to prepare for when the omens are right. So, lizard folk want to fight back, but uncertain.
Well, Snapjaw, together you and I will make them certain. And she'll give him a nod of companionship.
And he gives you a nod
Yeah.
back of companionship.
Then a little louder in Draconic, she'll say, she'll kind of give him a swift kick in the rear and say, back to the lines, you.
And he'll almost comically sort of like jump like about a foot in the air with your kick, like really over accentuating the value of your kick. And he goes, oh yes, I sorry. And he'll return to the line and yeah, look real beaten up. A little melodramatically, but they all seem to buy it pretty well. They're not the smartest tools. They're not the sharpest tools in the shed.
I'm gonna say something. Star's he's sort of pouting in the corner, kind of just like we should have just like, maybe just cut his cheek a little bit, then they actually think he got hurt. Maybe no? Okay.
No, I mean, we eventually want to make them our allies, so we can't be more brutal than the Bullywugs.
Yeah, let's not meme them.
All right, fine. Fine.
Liz, Lyragoth goes, why not?
Because we want them to like us.
Why?
So that they can show us where to go and take our side in the fight.
We can make them tell us with fear and violence.
Yes, we could do that, Lyragoth, but we can get more out of a relationship that's built upon companionship. And we want more, don't we?
I don't understand why that is, but if you say so.
Star just kind of looks at both of you, all three of you, and going like, I wonder what your conversation's about.
Yeah. So that's the plan, right? Wait, what? What? You all just spoke in Italian for 10 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about.
These lizards are very fond of you, Lyragoth. And they will probably help us if you simply ask. And there is no need to hurt them or intimidate them. And in doing so, you will get to hurt and intimidate things that we need to murder.
But I gotta be me, you know?
You can. We'll be mean
Gotta
when we
be who
get
I
to
am.
when we go to the castle. You can be mean.
I'll be terrifying.
If you see any frog person, you can unleash hell on them.
On the ground below. I'll try to do it your way. Again.
When you have to wait a little bit longer, the reward is that much more satisfying.
Sort of wobbles, like, side to side a little, like, gruffly. Your plans are... Sort of, like, kicks a nearby can. Like, I was just there for some reason.
Okay. And once we finish wiping out the cultists, they have treasure.
Treasure? Do they have magic?
So, once we finish what we have to do there, you can have some of the treasure.
Lyragoth. I can tell that you have a particular interest in magic, and I could teach you how to wield it, but part of wielding magic is using it for the right things. And she'll what spells do I have? I don't know. I'll use a gust, I don't know, to show off.
There's a little, like, a little flare of wind. And you see Lyragoth doesn't, like, I don't know, sort of like, you see the wings sort of like do like that slight, almost like when an animal or a dog or something kind of like is surprised. Just like a very slight flare of the wings and sort of like an excitement more than anything. And kind of like looks at you and says, yes, you are most magic of all. And sort of like, kind of almost walks away from the ranger and like over to you and goes, yes, you show me magic, yes?
There was a time I didn't have magic myself, and I taught it and I was taught, and now I can do all sorts of things. But Lyragoth, there is a condition to learning magic.
Mhm.
Doing the
Yeah.
right thing.
What's the right thing?
It's what helps people, it's for the greater good. It's something that you'll learn with magic, but you have to learn both, or I won't teach you.
Make a persuasion check.
I got a 7.
A 7.
Yeah.
Largoth goes, okay, yes, I learn right thing, and you give me magic.
Um, and
I'd like to do an insight check.
no, I don't, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to meta an insight check because I think
I think off
I
table we all
think
know
I-
what's going on here. I don't think in game that.
yeah, but I'm just trying not to.
Go ahead. You guys go
If I-
ahead. Sure.
Do I know I fail a
No,
persuasion?
you don't know you fail a check.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Unless
still
it's like blatantly obvious,
Yeah.
and it hasn't been blatantly obvious.
so
You can
Am
go
I-
ahead, I said you guys
Yeah.
can go ahead if you want to.
17. Yeah.
16.
16. You guys see Largoth seems largely unconvinced of this right thing to do, but is super motivated by magic. So is like, sure, right thing, yeah, whatever, let's do that. And is like, if the right thing gets me magic, let's give it a shot. But the magic is the main driver here. Doesn't seem ultimately compelled by the deal.
Okay. Since you're so eager, I would train you in magic and in good. um, and perhaps the first lesson is to introduce yourself to these lizard folk.
I have.
Oh, they have? Never mind. Okay.
I've already made myself known to these lesser creatures. I killed one of them.
Oh.
That was when we were fighting. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
That's the right thing? Okay, good. Sure.
Yeah, well, because they were trying to kill us at the time, but now they could be allies and help
And
us.
we want them to be our friends now, so they help us.
Okay.
And then together
Can
as
they be
friends.
can they be our servants and minions?
No,
Is that not the right thing?
no.
Yeah. Not good.
This right thing sounds very boring.
It's not boring because if we help them and they help us, they'll lead us directly to the cultists that we can infiltrate, and then there'll be lots of people to murder. It is good.
Oh, the right thing lets us murder more people in the end. Okay. Okay.
If we have all the lizard folk on our side, that makes us stronger too.
Yes, many minions. I mean, friends.
Because we like to be strong, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll get eye
Magic,
level
please.
Lyragoth and
Oh, okay.
and like very seriously, maybe demeanor shift a little bit. Very seriously says, Lyragoth, I think you are a very special creature.
I am.
And the right direction, I think you could do a lot of good in this world. But be warned, for the wrong direction, on a very different path. She'll stand up, not really expecting a response. And I'll tell Lyragoth, your first mission is to treat these prisoners with courtesy. You will not harm them, speak poorly to them. I don't know, whatever. She'll like listen things.
We can gloss over as Lyragoth asks what all of that shit means, and you explain what all that shit means. And Lyragoth is grumpy about it.
And when we make camp tonight, I'll show you your first arcane runes.
Okay, fine. Yes. And Lyragoth sort of stalks across the camp, and as Lyragoth does, you sort of like doesn't kind of like a cat, you know, a cat sort of like kind of pushes their body like against your leg, and sort of like almost like rubbing their body against your leg. Lyragoth kind of does this against you, Erebir, and then kind of like walks away
He?
towards. Sorry.
She?
She got fucking down. I was doing so good too. She does this against you, Erebir, and then kind of walks across the camps to the lizard folk. And goes. She's looks back at you, like looks at them, and goes, "You all look like very good prisoners." They all like look at each other, and then kind of like bow their heads, and Lyragoth kind of like looks back to you and gives you this like very jagged, toothy smile.
Yeah. I'll nod my head at the effort. And yeah, keep packing up and getting ready to go.
Fantastic. Lyragoth like, and then walks away, very much like
Oh,
check.
actually, I'll turn to. I'm so sorry, I forgot your name, Stephanie, but not
Ciela. Let me just fix that.
Yella. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll turn to Sneela. I'm quite at it lately, the past few days, but I still have my doubts about Lyragoth. We can't let a powerful evil creature run rampant. I mean, I'll do my best here, but I also have a responsibility if I fail.
Sorry, that was a kid's dad. Ciela will nod and recognize that. We do also have to know and try. Like, we can't just abandon our efforts and just kill her. There's so much that she can grow to be.
Well, frankly, it's you I respect and trust, Ciela. I'm willing to help you as much as I can. You're a respectful individual, and if I think if anyone could do it, it would be you. She'll kind of give you a smile, like I hope it works. I truly hope it works, but
So do I. I know. But we have to try.
Hugs.
good news is we have something Lyragoth wants.
Yes.
Emily.
We do. And frankly, that's how you would train an animal or even a small child. And things like morals must be taught because they are inherently chaotic.
This is true. The difference is that a small child does not have
I'm at now.
claws, fangs, and a breath weapon.
Yes, this is true. Which is why we have to be a lot more careful.
All right, well, whichever god I worship that I forget the name of. Oh my god. May my god please bless us in this. Oh my god, I'm sorry, that's embarrassing. There it is. All right, sweet. I'll finish packing up for the rest of the day.
Fantastic. Okay, yeah, you guys pack up. Your two sort of nature clerics begin to sort of like prepare the line of lizard folk to travel. Lyragoth just sort of like looks like a kid ready for Christmas tomorrow, like ready for just like kind of looks as pretty happy with themselves. They're having a great time. Swamp, learning magic tonight. Everything's great. Um, Meanwhile, I will tarry over to Star and Shroud, as all of this was like a draconic conversation, which you two and Gemna don't speak. So Gemna just kind of is like there and goes, so, while they're bargaining with their kid, what's your guys' deal?
Shroud. What about you?
You guys are both dark and sort of scary in your own ways, like me.
Well, tell us a bit more about yourself first before we tell you about ourselves. How about that? You started this conversation. You get to go first.
You got me there. All right. I'm a gnome. I only wear this hat because it's in the character design. I favor the short sword. It is my weapon of choice. If anyone's bigger than me, then they're gonna hurt a lot worse than if it was just like a me. I'm like really good at fighting things that are bigger than me. You know, in a world, when you're in a tall man's world, you gotta learn to cut out his legs. You know?
So, Shroud, watch your legs, I guess.
Yep, watch your legs. I'm like a small dog. I just get right in there. Right into the ankle.
I'll never like you. I mean, what?
You'll never like me. I'm very likable, other than, my vagueness and penchant for killing bigger things than me, and you're both bigger than me.
I'm barely bigger than you.
Yes, you are. She like looks at your ankles and looks back up at you.
Like, Star just looks down at her and goes like, I really, really hate you.
Why? Because I'm a better rogue than you?
Oh. Star kind of just twiddles his thumbs and then just like realizes that he really is not that great, or he thinks he isn't, but he is. Goes to Shroud and goes like, "Hey, buddy, why don't you bring in some conversation? Where are you from? Like, you're so cool already. Just like, tell us where you're from, man."
Shroud is not going to like pay attention to any of that, but they're going to take the loot that they have like out of their bag again, and
your little tokens and stuff.
Yeah, and they're gonna like try and like pluck the strings again, just kind of minding their own business, play a little whatever, and then put it back.
Oh, that was very interesting. You guys I don't know. That's that. Hey, that's everyone needs a hobby.
I guess so. Shroud's a really great conversationalist. Don't worry about him. He'll one day tell us more about himself, I think. Yeah.
I wouldn't count on it.
I believe he'll get there one day. He'll be fine. It'll be all good. Yeah.
Does it speak? I mean, I pretty well deduced that this is not like a fleshy person, but does it speak?
Wait, what do you mean? He's Shroud's fleshy? I've never seen under his armor, but I would assume he's got flesh under there.
Have you ever looked Shroud in the eye, Star?
No.
Why don't you go ahead and do that right now? Just give it a little look. Just give it a little peek.
All right. I'll put this to rest. He has flesh underneath there. I swear. Star gets up, goes right up to Shroud's face, and kind of like really gets up right up close to his nose, and he's just like, "Yeah."
Make a perception check.
Gotta do a check.
Or a medicine check, either or, honestly.
Medicine check. What was the other check, just in case?
Perception or medicine, your choice.
Perception. Perception's higher than perception's higher. Dirty 20.
You look into the glowing eyes of Shroud, and you do not see eyeballs in the eye sockets. Nay. Instead, you see glass lenses that seem to connect. Like as you just kind of look past the lenses and like underneath the actual metal scape around that makes up the face of Shroud, you see like just barely sort of in the edges, just like cog work and such, where a face should be.
And I think as Star gets in Shroud's face, they'll really quickly like flash their eyes red and then go back to like the light white. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You, and as you're also this close, you also recognize in a moment, you're like, you have this moment where with your perception, you're like, this close, right? And like, yeah, the face is plate, but you're like, that's a helmet. Like, duh, right? But as you're that close, you're like, if it's plate, this is basically a bucket, right? And buckets kind of reverberate. You should be able to hear Shroud breathing at this proximity. And certainly you recognize in all the battles you've been in, you should have heard the heavy breath of this warrior swinging their blade in battle, even from a couple feet away. But in this moment, right there, you hear no any sort of signature that Shroud is a living, breathing creature.
Star kind of backs up and goes like, huh. I have no words, but Shroud is Shroud, so that's it. That's the end of that story. No more than that. I can't go any further. Yeah. He sits back down and just kind of like puts his hand in his paws and goes like, "What have I witnessed?"
Jamna looks very pleased with herself. She just like, ding, ding, just like pats Shroud and like the upper thigh, and just sort of just, ding, ding, just get a little pat, and kind of meanders away. Cool.
I swear, Shroud. Star and Gemma just have like this a non like evil thing against each other. They don't like each other.
That like lightning, just like between their eyes. Hell yeah. Okay, with that, party packs up, begins to make their way through the swamp. It shouldn't be too hard. You do have, of course, a guide in your lizard folk friend. But you know, like you could be guided if you please, but my ranger friend, you're like, it's really not necessary. As you're going through, you very clearly see that the course towards the destination you seek is very heavily marked with symbols scratched into tree trunks and intentional totems hung from branches and such. A very clear path is laid before you. All right, let's see how your fucking day goes, guys. I'm gonna roll some random encounters for y'all. Well, the day starts off with a bang. I need a pen so I can keep track of all this. There we go. Somebody roll me a d12.
I got it. Four.
Nice. Okay. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. The party's wandering along. I'm just gonna leave Terrence and Aoife like off the board. They're sort of behind you guys a couple feet. So what's the marching order, do we think?
I'll lead the way.
Makes sense.
I'll be
back.
honestly, I can be behind Ciela.
Alright. Who's next? Star?
Star in the back.
Star in the
I'll
back?
be good.
Alright. Erebir will be there then. And then Lyregoth, of course, as usual, will be taking flight some ways above. And she flies fast as a bullet, so she could be pretty high. High up in the sky.
Butterfly in the sky.
Butterfly in the sky. Alright. You lucky guys. You get to face dun 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 frogs. And boys, there are a lot of them. Oh fuck, there is a lot of them. Oh, and your nature people are here. Tell you what, guys. I'll make you a deal. Your nature people aren't here, but their powers are still thusly very powerful and such. If you want, I'll allow you guys to avoid this encounter if you wish to utilize Terrence, and Terrence will basically be like, "Hey, frogs, fuck off," and he'll use his like channel divinity thing, and I'll give you guys like a free pass for each character to like be able to like nature diplomacy your way out of an encounter. Does that sound good? Or of course, you could face the music if you choose to.
Who wants to not face the music? I see
I
15
would-
frogs.
You guys find yourself come face to face with a huge number of frogs, over a dozen giant frogs, sort of like, or like, you guys kind of meander into the swamp. You see they're ahead of you on the way. What do you wish to do?
I think we should let Terrence help.
I agree with it.
All right, Terrence goes, "Back, ye ToD boys," and they all go, "Okay," and they fuck off. And with that, you continue on your merry way. Love it. Let's see how the rest of the day goes. All right, that was encounter 1 avoided. 2. That's hour 3 goes by just fine. Hour 4 goes by just fine. Hour 5 goes by. 6. 7, and last one. Oh, almost got away with it. Somebody roll a d12.
12.
So close. 12. Ooh, how exciting. Very exciting. Okay. Okay, group leader, what is your passive perception? Or anyway, who's got the highest passive perception? What is it?
15.
15?
15. Yeah.
I was hoping you guys would step on this particular thing. Alright, I'm just gonna make it all. I'm just gonna make all your dreams come true. I think I have a cooler mini now that I picked up recently. Yes, I do. As you guys are making your way through the swamp, you see yourselves. This one, unfortunately, is unavoidable through the power of your parties. These are not beasts per se. You find yourselves approached in the swamp by a number of very odd individuals. Within the swamp, sort of in surprisingly well furnished, not furnished,
Barbed?
surprisingly well-made cloth and other sort of small jewels made from like swamp things, alligator teeth and such. You see approaching out of the dark, you see these humanoid creatures approach, but flanked by them are these huge, like 7-foot tall men that are just ripped, super well built, but they have the heads of snakes and the scales that dapple along their arms and down their backs. They have with them scimitars and long swords. They are all very well armed, but the other ones seem to be a little bit more simply humanoid followers. And one approaches to the front of the group and sort of comes to confront the rest of you, and now at this closer distance you see their eyes are snake eyes, slits. They speak to you in the Draconic tongue.
Okay.
The one in the front says, "Welcome. You are very far from your civilized cities. I pose to you all two options. The first of which is what you would call the easy way of doing things. Submit and come willingly, and you may be blessed in your afterlives as we sacrifice you upon the altar of our great god, Mershuluk. And this long slumbering god may waken one day, and glory will be yours. Or you fall to our blades now, and we sacrifice you on his altar. The choice is yours. So stranded out in the swamp, friends.
And Cielo looks back at the others. And she looks at them. And she goes, "You have a choice as well. Would you like to hear your choice?"
She just kind of looks at you with curiosity.
You can leave now and live, or you can just go fuck yourselves.
Such cruel tongues, you city dwellers. You will be there on the day of his great awakening. These long, just like deviously curved blades are removed from their scabbards, and I need everyone to roll initiative. Mashulk will be fed. Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Can we play the NPCs? Well, NPC and extra players.
Yeah, there's only 2 NPCs.
No, okay.
Unfortunately, I will be handling those guys.
It's fine.
They're a couple reasons. One she got 13. My bad guy. Well, they 20. All right, I'm ready if you guys are ready. 25 to 20.
The crash. I got dirty 20.
30 20. Okay. How about 20 to 15?
17.
Nice. How about 15 to 10?
13.
14.
Ooh.
14 from Star. Would you get Shroud?
13.
13. Would you like to go before or after Gemna?
Before.
Before. Understood. All right. Initiative is up. Ciela. You tell her to go fuck herself. And
Yeah.
as she's drawing her blade, what do you do?
I overdraw.
All right.
her.
Who you overdrawing on?
The spokesperson.
All right, right there.
Yeah. And that is a 17 plus 10 minus 5, so that is a 22 to hit.
I think that'll hit,
Okay.
considering she's wearing mostly nothing.
Yep. And let me just double check my damage on that because it's been a while.
No problem.
So she's a humanoid?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's 13 plus additional 10. 23.
23 damage. She draws her blade and an arrow immediately like shoots into her chest, and she she hisses violently like a snake more than screams like a woman. But she keeps coming a surprising sturdiness despite her sort of sleek, unathletic looking form.
Alright, I'll make another shot at her.
Go for it. But she's bloodied. You see blood sort of dribbling out of the wound.
29.
Yeah, I'll hit.
That's another 9 damage.
9 damage. She keeps coming, but you've wounded her something awful. Is there
Okay.
anything else?
Ciela will yell up to Lyragoth. Murder!
And Lyragoth will do what Lyragoth desires to do, and that is to murder. Lyragoth thinks she's pretty hot shit, so I think she's gonna... a little too far for that kind of action. She's only got a 15-foot reach. I'm gonna put her back where I found her just for a second. I'll plan out her breath weapon. I don't think we're getting what we want today, girly. I think she'll just descend on this one without landing, and it's just gonna make attacks to sort of finish it off. So she just goes into this dive bomb, like teeth first. It's gonna just try and drive a bite right into her. That is going to be 14 to hit, which will hit. That's gonna be a big old 4 damage. Plus some acid damage. Come on, Lyragoth, give us a big number. Could have been better. She is very, very wounded, this sort of spokesperson, as Lyragoth is sort of flying over top and is just like bit a chunk right out of her shoulder, and again she sort of up at Lyragoth, who sort of cranes its head back a little like, what, you just hissed at me? It's my thing. And that will be Eravir's turn. What would you like to do?
Are we in dim light?
No, you're in bright light, unfortunately.
I would like to activate my blade song with a bonus action. And
Fantastic.
how far
We are
is
in rough
the
terrain, just as a reminder here. The swamp is all rough terrain.
But they're traveling with me.
Well, that only functions for the sake of like actual.
Oh, traveling. Okay,
Yeah, but in a combat scenario, yeah.
fair enough.
How far away is the closest one? I think it's the speaker.
The speaker would be the closest one at 30 feet.
Forward 20 feet. Yeah, 40 total.
Got it, like so.
Yeah. And
Cool.
how far away is she now?
She is
10 feet?
uh,
Oh, 15 feet.
15 feet.
Okay.
I don't know how that works out.
I'm gonna throw a dagger.
Okay. Send a dagger, no problem.
Can I use green flame? Oh, yeah,
I
green
think that's a
flame.
melee. I believe green flame is melee.
Oh, it does say melee. You're right. You're right.
Okay.
Never mind. Yeah. So that attack is 10.
10. 10 to hit. Unfortunately, will not hit.
Okay. And then I'll do the same with my second attack.
Got it. Yeah. Her dexterity just gets her just out of the way.
22 to hit the
That will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
9.
9. The blade just lands right in smack in the middle of her forehead, and she lands in a splash in the swampy grounds, dead.
Oh, nice. Can I try to make an intimidation check by saying something? I don't know if I have enough action economy though.
I'm gonna say, having spent your bonus action and your full action, I'm gonna say you're a little bit out of ability to do so at this point.
Okay. I'll still free action say, be gone now.
Okay,
And
you're like,
that'll be good.
yeah, you sort of say be gone. Yeah, good
Yeah,
job.
just flavor, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that brings us to the remaining sort of more humanoid looking snake people who are attacking you. This one's going to look at you, Eravir, and says, I think it would be in your best interest if you were to be begone. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay. 21.
You're like, yeah, I probably should get it. No, wait. And you just sort of like feel something was overcoming you, but you resist. And this one is gonna back up their measly 15 feet. This one, I think these guys are gonna be very intimidated by the fact that a fucking dragon just showed up. They weren't totally anticipating that. They'll advance as they do so. But I think, certainly being the one most on display, one of them is going to look at Lyregoth and Draconic, say, give in to your appetites, fight for us, and try and suggest Lyregoth. Lyregoth thoroughly resists it, goes, no, I'm learning magic tonight, and doesn't give in. But the other two are going to shoot Lyregoth with short bows. Pew! The first one bounces off of Lyregoth's thick draconic scales, and the other one does as well. Lyregoth seems immune to their assault, and that is going to bring us to Star. What do you do, Star?
Who's the closest person I can attack?
Well, you can toss a dagger any which way you please. That one's 40 feet. So this one would probably be the closest over here.
All right.
Wanna
Okay,
advance?
advance a little bit, not fully.
15 feet.
Yeah, 15
Oh, no.
feet.
Yeah, it is half movement because you're in difficult terrain. So that will cover your full movement, but it's only 15 feet.
Okay, and I'm gonna throw dagger. Wait,
Throw a
daggers?
dagger. They're of a, what's the range on a dagger? 20, 30 feet?
I believe so. It says here 2060, if that's right.
20, 60. So 20 is the standard range. Anything between 20 and 60 is at disadvantage. So you would be at disadvantage right now. If you do a feline agility or a bonus action dash, you can close that range and make a straight attack if you want.
Yeah, but then I'm also closer to get hurt. But you know what?
That's
I
true.
have full health. Let's go feline agility.
Fantastic. And keep in mind, they are equally as impeded by the swamp as you are.
Okay.
So they're going to struggle to get up to you, too. You run right up and definitely in range for like a proper throw now if you wish.
All right, let's go for a throw.
Go for it.
10 plus 7 is 17.
17 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. Dagger throwing days, d4s.
Dagger.
Dagger. Get 1d4. Which is 2 plus 4 is 6.
6 damage. Okay. Dagger lands in her side and she sort of takes it, but like looks at you angrily and keeps coming.
All right. I don't think I can use another move because I used my feline agility, which was like another move. So I think I'm good.
Got it. Ooh, guys, look, I found a new function to show how bloodied they are. See how the rings sort of like changes color down there?
Oh yeah.
We're learning new features all the time. Sorry, what else did you want to do, Star?
I don't think I can use another move. I would like to throw another dagger, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Bonus action. You can do a little bonus action throw.
Oh, I still have bonus action. Okay, so let's try hitting her with another dagger.
Go for
I
it.
have no daggers after this. I must rescue them. All right. Wow, that sucked. 4 plus 7 is can't do math. 11.
11 just hits.
All right. Roll a 4. Do I still add the 4, or is it just it's
On the offhand, you don't add the 4.
Okay, so it's just 4. She gets hit by
Yeah.
a 4.
You're not as good at throwing with your left hand. So 4 damage. Okay. She takes that as well, but is still looking pretty strong. Still looking pretty hardy in this battle.
And I'm just gonna look at her going like, I need those daggers. Don't go anywhere.
She hisses at you. All right, Shroud, Deathbot. What do you do?
Let's see here.
Really,
Really
Gemma's around here somewhere too. Forgot all about her.
sinking in the swamp. Standing on a lily pad.
Yeah, honestly,
Standing on Aoife's shoulder.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but she can't help if she's all the way back with Aoife.
There. Can I advance towards the one that would be closest to me, like using the 15 feet that I got?
Sure. 15 feet gets you right next to Star.
Okay. And then I'm not in melee. So I am going to hold my action then.
Okay. Hold the
Yeah,
little
that's
attack,
about all I
no
can
problem.
do. Yeah.
All right, that's gonna bring us to Gemna's turn. Gemna goes, "Boy, it sure looks hard to walk in all this water. I should know, because I'm 3 feet tall." And she is going to go a little. She's only gonna go 20 feet, or she's only gonna go 10 feet because she has a 25-foot speed. You know, this fucking sucks. And she is going to put her hand out and she's going to cast a little Ray of Frost action. Make them go slow too. Yeah, she's going to hit that guy right in the back there with a Ray of Frost and try and slow him down. I need to upgrade Gemna's stats. She deserves it. Unfortunately, he puts his arm up and the Ray of Frost sort of scatters across his arm, and then he just kind of like smashes the ice, and it does no effect, unfortunately. And she goes, "Ooh, oops." And then she, oh yeah, she's got a little cunning action. She's gonna go, and pull out her sword. She's gonna run forward, 15 more feet, right under Lyragoth. That'll bring us to the big ol' Yuntai Madison. These giant snake men warriors. What are they up to? What are they up to? Oh, very cool. All right. Charging in. Charging in. We only got that 15 feet. Got that 15 feet. Only got that 15 feet. They're going to be big longbow boys. And this one is aiming for Star. So Star, you're going to be the recipient of 2 longbow attacks.
Ah, crap.
Ah. Darn it. That's going to be a big ol' 7 to hit.
Nope.
And then a 14 to hit.
Nope.
Nope, that one misses. You sort of matrix all the way out of the way. This one with the longbow.
Don't worry. I fell in the swamp and was like, gross.
Yeah, you fell over. This one I think is going to attack the dragon as well because dragons are big scary. Both longbow shots. That's going to be 16 and 16 to hit, which bounces off of Lyragoth's armor as well. And then this last one, we're really not doing anything to that dragon, but someone's got to. So he's gonna do at least one for the dragon, and misses. Just Lyragoth's there, just flying in the air, and it's just bouncing off of Lyragoth's armor. She's not even making any attempt to move. She just like sort of roars intimidatingly at them. And then the last arrow is going for, I think, the archer at the back. Archer respects the game. That's going to be 15 to hit.
That misses.
Misses! They didn't show up to work, these guys. All right, Ciela, show them how it's done.
All right, let's overdraw and aim at that guy who just attacked Laragoth.
Which one? This one or this one?
That one.
Okay, because that one also shot at you, so. 2 for the price of 1.
16 plus 10 minus 5 is 21.
21. That'll hit.
Okay. So that'll be 19.
19 damage. You shoot him, sort of like the orc with the torch and two towers, just kind of like keeps on coming. Gets hit, and sort of like the kinetic power of it sort of phases it, but other than that, it doesn't even look down at the arrow. This is a hardy creature.
And because I keep on forgetting, I'm gonna hunter's mark him.
All right, he is marked by the hunter.
And let's attack him again.
Go for it.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. Roll that damage. I need a soundboard so bad. If I can soundboard, that'd be so cool. Or just like dragon roars and like, I don't know, something for the nat 20 and it'd be cool. Voice modifier.
26.
26 damage. Good job. Good job. Okay, let's see how he's doing. He's bloodied. But he's that one phased him. The first one he was like, he kind of kept coming. The second one just like got him right in the chest and like grabbed it, sort of pulled the arrow.
Oh wait,
out
I forgot to add the
huge...
6.
Okay.
Plus 2 more.
That's 2 more damage. See, he's still coming.
Okay.
Still coming, but definitely bloodied at this point.
Okay.
Well done. Well done. Is there anything else?
I'm going to go back about 10 feet.
All right, you don't slosh the mud. You pull a Legolas while the Fellowship is like fording through the snow. You just kind of like daintily walk by on top of the water somehow. You're going lily pad to lily pad, pissing everybody off. And it looks great. If there's nothing else, that is going to bring us to a very draconic turn.
Yep.
Who's going to fly over here, land in the muck, and is going to let out a little line acid breath on these two fellows. They're going to make me dexterity saving throws. Both of them succeed, and that is going to be... It's going to be 12 acid damage to each of them. Which still hurts real bad. The big guy over here is very bloodied. He's hurting. He gets the red now. Very, very hurt. And that will bring us to Aravir's turn. What would you like to do, Aravir?
I would like a 20-foot radius speed.
I was waiting for it. Oh, fuck. No, my encounter. Alright, how's that? Does that look nice for you?
I would like to get the one on the left.
I'm gonna go over here and grab... That will be 5 of them.
How many are there total?
You'd only be missing these 2 on the right.
Can I pull it like forward a little bit so I can get both?
You can, but you're gonna catch Gemna in it.
Oh no, Gemna.
So you can catch an extra bad guy in it, but you're also gonna catch
Wait,
your little
go
gnome
forward,
friend.
so it's only like less than half on Gemna.
Yeah, but again, you're gonna... Even if you're like less than half, you're gonna lose that one guy too.
5 is good though.
Yeah,
5 is
5
still
is
great.
good. All right, let's fuck him up.
All right, burn off Gemna's eyebrows.
Burner hat.
Yeah, Aravir's like, I'm uneasy on you that first turn. And then lets out the fucking nuclear bomb of all spells. Go ahead and roll damage. I'll roll some dex saves.
DC 16 and 31 fire damage.
31 fire damage. That's too much damage. Okay, let's see. Failure.
That is good damage.
Failure. Failure. What was your DC? Say it again.
16.
16.
16, thank you. And how much damage?
31.
31! This person's dead. This person gets like acid sprayed and gets its hand in the way and it gets fucking blasted by a firebomb on the opposite side. They weren't ready for it. 31 damage, you say. That is a lot of damage. And that one's dead as well. This one hasn't been touched yet, so it manages to survive, but is very bloodied. It gets the red ring. This one takes 31 and is bloodied. And then this one way over here. Oh, I didn't roll for these guys. Hang on. Nope. And no, they all fail.
Oh, nice. So, can I add some flavor to this?
Of course, go right ahead.
So, she's gonna cast Fireball like she has before. But she does it like incredibly fast, like impossibly fast, and is almost like surprised by it herself. And
Mhm.
she realizes she has enough time left over to still make a couple attacks.
All
I'm
right,
gonna
fantastic.
quickly-
I was gonna say I missed it, but today, Eravir, as you were walking through the swamp today, you didn't feel it when you woke up, but as the day sort of progressed, feeling really itchy. Just your skin
Mhm.
itchy kind of all over. And then here in this moment, yeah, you see Eravir almost turn her eyes and like flick her, rather than like do a full component situation, she like whispers a syllable and flicks her finger, and a fireball just goes off on the field of battle and it surprises everybody. And Eravir, you still have all this time left. What do you want to do with it?
Yeah, so let's move forward. The closest person 20 feet, if I can.
I think it would be that person right there. If you want to do 20 feet, you get just enough to get into melee.
Oh my god, incredible. So I'll do 2 rapier attacks.
Go for it.
$21. Oh no, and a 9.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage on the first.
13.
13. You sort of do this like look and flick, and this bomb goes off, and then you move across the battlefield in sort of an array and a dance motion. And as you swing around, you stab him in the heart with your first strike, and he dies.
Oh shit. Very cool. That's my turn.
Very cool turn. Very, very cool turn. Go ahead and have inspiration for cool flavor.
Thank you.
That brings us to what remaining these guys are left. This one is really hurt and is like, bye. And is going to leave and look at. Who looks like a good. Shit. Not a lot of range on this bad boy. Star is going to look at you and say, I am leaving this battle. It's only the honorable thing for a hero to cover the retreat of their enemy. Yes? Make me a wisdom saving throw as casts suggestion on you. And then turns around and runs away 15 feet.
Counter spell.
Oh, come on.
Counter spell.
Counter spell.
Counter spell.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it, Star, as Eravir flicks her hand in that direction. A bolt of red lightning sort of slashes across the front of her mouth, and the weave of magic is severed. You're like, that's a weird suggestion. I don't know why I would ever do that. And you don't feel any influence of any magic whatsoever.
Well, it was really funny because I rolled a 1.
Oh,
Yep, Eravir got
nice.
in there just in time. Fantastic. And this one over here is in a similar place of... Fuck this. Ooh, actually... these ones don't have that power. Okay, never mind. This one's just gonna run away. And as it's running away, it's gonna turn around, do a little pot shot back at you. Oh! No, I know what it's gonna do. It's trying to get away. You see her dive into the what are they called? Cat's paw, like, stalks.
Oh, the cattails.
Yeah, the cattail stalks, and just, like, tries to hide, and, like, clearly is visible. Very clearly is visible. Doesn't work out. That is gonna be all for those guys. That brings us to Star.
Oh, sweet. Who's left?
Oh, get your daggers.
There's
Yeah.
these two guys who have run away, or are in the process of running away, and then these two big sort of snake warriors.
All right. So, one, I'm gonna sneak over to the guy that has all my daggers, um, which is pretty dead in there.
Yeah, that's a very sort of incriminating way of saying I stabbed him with my daggers twice. You accusing me of taking your daggers? 10 feet, which is actually 5 feet because of rough terrain forward, and you can, I'll say, free action retrieve one dagger.
Okay, one dagger.
Yeah. If you want to spend a bonus action, I'll let you grab the other, but you get one.
Well, one. Can I get anywhere closer to the one that's closest to me?
Yes, you can. As you are a 30-foot creature, you have 10 more feet, so you could get right into melee if you wanted to.
All right, let's go stabby stabby.
All right, you run over, you quickly grab a dagger out of the dead body, and you sprint across. At the end of your movement, you're right in melee with this hulking 8-foot tall monster of snake masculinity. What do you
So
do?
basically 2 feet taller than me.
Oh, you're tall now, are you?
I thought you were
I thought you
short.
was I thought you
No,
were
he's
tiny.
taller than me by 2.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm
So
4'5".
you're 6 feet tall now?
I
No,
thought 4 feet taller than you.
Yeah.
he's like 4 feet taller than me. I'm
There you go.
scared.
Yeah, 4 feet.
All right, time to go stabby stabby.
Go for it. Oh, that was the wrong thing I wanted to do.
Oh, seriously. I'm having a bad day with rules. It is 10.
10 will not hit. You try and stab, and it kind of like sort of he gets out of the way just barely, and your blade does like a little cut through the scaly snake-like flesh, but not enough to do damage.
All right. Okay. Can I cunning action away? Or was that
You
called?
have
Dodge
run out
roll?
of movement, my friend.
No,
So
I
you
meant
can
dodge
dis-
roll.
You can disengage, but you won't have any movement to run with.
Oh shoot.
So
All
you
right.
can dash and get away, but he'll get an opportunity attack.
Okay. So, I guess I'm just gonna have to use my bonus action and just stab him again.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
You can also take the dodge action.
Not
I
with a
can't
bonus
move.
action.
Okay.
You can't take it. You can't do it with a bonus action.
Oh, I thought it was bonus action for rogues.
Yeah, no. That's
All
a
right.
monk thing.
Okay, I should hit him this time. It's 16 plus 7.
That'll hit.
All
No sneak
right.
attack, but that'll hit.
Yep. Okay, let's roll some d6. Oh, come off. It's just a 1.
1 damage. You're
Yeah.
like, "Hah!" And you like sort of stab him like right in like his pec, and his pec is just like so fucking ripped that it doesn't quite go too deep in. But he's just too ripped to be hurt by you.
Stor just looks really upset, and he's just like, "Well, shit."
He's like, "Ugh." He's like flexing his pec, and he's like, "Yeah, you see that, bro? You see how tough that is? Hit that every morning." Is there anything else?
No, I'm just gonna whimper and cry.
All right, Shroud. You hear a whimpering cry, and these two big, just monsters approaching. What do you do?
Can I use my 15 feet of movement to go towards the one that's like in front of Gemma? That put me in melee with them?
No, not quite.
No, how about the other one?
The other one, no, not quite either. I'm afraid.
Can I the first one, can I just dash up on it and get into melee, and then that'll be my turn?
Sure, you dash right into the face of this one.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. If there's nothing else, that'll bring us to Gemna Gleamsilver. Who's like, yeah, me and the robot, and she's going to cunning action dash into a nice little flank with you, Shroud. She's gonna take her two little short sword attacks. 18 will hit. Very confusing. Okay, so she's gonna do 15 damage to start. The second attack, she goes in for another strike. That one's a natural 20 on the advantage. She's gonna do. Let's see here. 8 plus 12 is gonna be 20 additional damage. And Buddy is very, very, very bloodied. He is barely standing. That'll bring us to their turns. Let's see. What is this guy gonna do? This guy is really fucking hurt. This guy sees like the fight's almost spent. He's gonna look at you, Star. He's gonna pull out the scimitar to attack you and sort of look over and see his allies like on death's door. And he's gonna look at you, and he's just going to begin to drops his scimitar, and his body begins to meld together as he turns into a snake and just down and sort of drops into the water and slithers away. You may make an opportunity attack if you wish.
I think Star's gonna be too shocked to see that it turned into a snake, and he's just gonna be like, "It's not worth it. I'm just gonna get my other dagger."
And the snake is going to sort of, because it's a tiny snake in a swampy water. Anyone can go after it if they wish, but sort of disappears into the sort of underbrush of the water there and just sort of disappears into the foliage. Whereas this one over here is a little bit more in a desperate situation. We want to live. That's like a big thing about being a living creature, you know? I would love... Let me see if he's going to go down fighting or not. Hang on a second. He's going to go down fighting for glory or whatever. He's going to look at you, Shroud. He's going to try and swing his scimitar at you as hard as he can. With a 10, his scimitar sort of shatters across your shoulder. You just stand there completely blank, and it just... The whole sword just shatters and explodes across your shoulder. And then he turns around and he goes... And he's going to try and bite into Gemna. 23 will hit. Gemna's like, what the fuck? Ah! And then gets bit. Just gonna take 5 piercing damage and 9 poison damage. And she looks pretty bloodied. That is gonna bring us to Ciella's turn. What do you do, Ciella?
Let's take a pot shot of this guy. Oh, wait. Hunter's mark.
Oh, Hunter's mark, got it. Good job.
That is a 14 plus 10, 24.
24 will hit. How do you want to kill him? Because he has 2 hit points left.
Oh, well, shit. Let's just drive an arrow right through his eyeball.
Yeah, he bites down on Gemna, as Gemna manages to, like, sort of wiggle herself free from the bite, and the fang sort of uninserts itself from her shoulder. He sort of rears back to go in for another bite, and then an arrow just shoots out from the front of his eye, sort of sticking out from the socket, and he falls to the ground and dies in the muck. Fantastic. And we can just sort of go to a narrative fix up there. Lyragoth was given the Sick'em Boy sort of command and is going to go sick on this one over here. That one continues to run into the brush, which I imagine, Ciella, you shoot him in the back, perhaps. Yep, very few hit points left. Shoots him in the back. Lyragoth jumps on top of that one, just starts tearing that one apart. And with that, only one survivor managed to slink away into the brush. You guys have no idea what those were, why they attacked you, why they looked so snaky, but you have won the day, yet again.
I'll ask the lizard folk in Draconic what were things.
Goes, yes. Those are creatures known as Yuan Tai. All who dwell in the mare hate them. They're evil. They despise everything that lives that isn't a snake. And they terrible, terrible people. There's no making friends with them. No one.
Understood. Okay.
Sorry, what'd you say?
You said Airvear will carry on.
Oh, Aravir will carry on. Yeah, you still feel a little itchy, Aravir, in different places, especially on your face here and there, a little bit on your body, maybe in the tips of your fingers. After that spell, there's sort of like a tingling underneath your fingers that's making you kind of, sort of, your skin feels very uncomfortable.
Do we have a boat right now, or are we just dredging through the water?
You're just trudging through the water.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you left the canoes back at camp.
Sticky water.
Gemna sort of looks at you, Aravir, as you're carrying on, and goes, "Good job, quick shot. Didn't know you could do that."
Shit. Neither did I.
Oh, we're all learn something new every day, I guess. You guys are pretty cool. She like throws up a little bit. It's like, it's fine, and then keeps going.
Can I just like do like a medicine check to maybe bandage her up a little bit?
Sure, make me a medicine check. Go for it.
That's a 10 plus 2, 12.
12. You get the sense that there's no lingering effects,
Yeah.
but in the moment she took poison damage from the snake creature. There was probably venom in the fangs of that, whatever that Yuntai creature was. So there shouldn't be any lasting effects, but her body just kind of took a little shock from the poison damage, but she'll be okay.
Can I lift her up and carry her on my back?
She goes, "Whee!" And yeah, you pick her up, put her on your back. She goes, "Oh, thank you. This is so much better than swimming."
Yes.
Star just grumbles to himself.
Can I
Yeah.
search? Oh,
Yeah, go ahead. No, go
Oh,
ahead.
can I search the bodies?
Yeah, you can search the bodies. Why don't you make me a little investigation check?
Okay. 23.
23. That will do just fine. All right, let's see what they got on them. 23. So only one guy got away. So that means you've got. What were they carrying? In varying levels of condition, each one of them had a scimitar on them. All of the sort of more humanoid-looking of the bunch had short bows with the necessary quiver and arrows to go with them. The big guys had long bows and the equipment to go with them as well. What else?
I'll take their arrows.
Yeah, sure. You could be fully stocked in your arrows. If you wanted to add another quiver with 20 arrows, you could as well. That's also a possibility. And as for loot, yeah, between the bunch of them, they have a couple coppers and silvers. A second. Let's see. Okay, I'll be good. 6 times, that's 5. They had 30 silver. 30 silver and 30 copper. And to give you some additional sort of interesting little flavor items, one of the big reptile guys was wearing a jade anklet of a snake eating its own tail. You want to take that? It's worth 5 gold pieces if you were to sell it. Another had a pouch of reptilian scales. Would you like to take that?
I'll take it if she doesn't want it.
That's worth 8 copper. 3 pounds. As for the purebloods, the humanoid-looking ones, there's 5 of those guys. All right. There was one had a pouch of exotic incense. That's a gold piece worth of incense. The next one had. Nope, we just did that. An empty vial labeled poison on the side of it. Let me know if you're taking any of them and I'll give you more details. Another one had a pouch of reptilian scales. One has a parchment paper, which was probably of interest to you, Aravir. It seems to be a crude outlining of a small part of a ritual. Some sort of snake-based sort of ritual that is unfamiliar to you, but it's just a small portion of the ritual. You can take that if you want.
Yeah.
It's worth a gold piece. And lastly, the last person had a gold armband engraved with a multi-headed snake-like creature. That armband is worth 6 gold pieces.
Nice. Okay.
And that is what they have on them. All right, moving on.
Yellow, you said you wanted the pouch of reptilian scales. You can have both of those.
Okay, I'll take them.
Cool.
Never know what
may
you
add
can
those
make
to
with
your
these.
inventory. Each pouch weighs 3 pounds, and each one is worth 8 copper pieces if you were to sell them.
Okay.
Fantastic. So as you carry on, Ciela, as Gemna's on your back and your dragon sort of takes off, Gemna goes, so I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Super cool dragon. Love it. Very useful. Like, one day it's going to get bigger, right? Like,
Yeah, like in 100 years.
in like 100 years? Wow. Well, you know that it'll become a young... Yeah, okay. Just in 100 years, you think, like... I don't know. Like, be honest with me. You thought you want to ride it, right? Like, one day you want to ride a dragon into battle? Isn't that what we all want?
If she lets me. I'm
If
not
she
gonna
lets you?
force it.
I'm just saying, if you wanted to start, like, getting her ready early, I'm pretty well sized for it.
You'll have to discuss that with her.
I'm just making myself available for training purposes. If that was something you're interested in the future, I have no intention of pushing the point, but if you know, for a rose where I got to ride a dragon into battle, I'm the gnome for you.
Well, like I said, you gotta discuss it with her because she's not like a horse, you know?
Yeah, right. I can't talk to her. I don't know how to speak to
I
dragons.
can translate.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to push the point. I don't need to push the point. It's not something that I think I need to discuss, but if it's something... I'm just saying, I'm making myself off. I'm putting myself out there. If you need a test pilot, I'll be your test pilot. That's all.
You're gonna need give her a damn good reason to let you. That's all I gotta say. It's not me saying you can't, it's me saying, do you really want to do this?
Okay, what is she like?
She's
She's a dragon, right? She likes gold and gems and stuff?
yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll work on it. I got a plan.
All right. You got a plan.
So, like, if I pay you in precious gems, this might go towards a sort of me writing the dragon fund.
You won't be paying me.
Of course, no. You're the middle lady, but still.
I'll talk to Laragoth. That's all I can
Is
She
say.
pulls out a big green gem, finely cut, out of her pocket and puts it in your hand.
All right.
Like a pretty, like, it's a nice gemstone, like surprisingly nice.
My question is this hearable with the rest of the party?
She's not being subtle. I would say. I don't think she's like whispering in your ear about it, Ciela. She's not like declaring it, but she's also not hiding anything.
Yeah.
Because Star might have overheard a bit of it and was like, "That's too bloody. No, damn it! I want to ride that dragon."
She like on the back of Ciela's back, she kind of turns around at you, Star, and kind of goes, and keeps riding
Grumbles
along.
more.
Grumble, 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 grumble. Fantastic. Yes. There was another thing. I think. Okay. I think Aoife will sort of come up to whoever, probably Aravir actually, and say, "Well, hey, so I was talking with Terrence, and I mean, the dragon probably isn't going to be going into the middle of a big old castle or anything, and I don't know what you want to do with these lizard folk, but I was thinking me and Terrence could kind of like, or be the backup out in the swamp sort of situation. Is that a good idea, or should we come in with you? What do you think?"
I think backups great. I don't know. Oh man, why did you single me out? I have no clue. Should we bring
Well,
them?
sure. Everyone's standing around, so I think she kind of
Okay.
directs it at you, but it's also sort of like for the group if anyone wants to get in there.
Oh, okay. I have no
I
clue.
just picked a random person.
What do you guys think? Bring them really
Last time we went in with not all of us, it wasn't pretty.
Yeah, probably best to stick together. But I also wanted to come up to say that these lizardy folk people, I mean that Snapjaw fellow, he was saying that like he was talking to his fellow guys and seems to be some revelation amongst them all is all. So if you all want, I can't talk to them. I don't speak the dragon language. So any of you wanted to go ahead and talk to him, be my guest before you get there.
Look at Aravir. Shrug.
Yeah.
So talk to him.
All right, you guys are gonna go talk to Snapjaw. All right. Snapjaw will sort of talk to you a little more openly too, and say, it says, so I talked to friends. We were friends now. Yes, all of us. Yes. Yes. You're going to help us destroy the dragon cult and save the lizard folk.
Yeah.
If we save your people in the process, then we save your people in the process. And if you
Yes,
help
good.
us, that'll be easier for us.
Good, good. I talked to my people here, the prisoners, and they understand. They understand that I think you are the great omens. Not they don't all believe me, but they're willing enough to go along with the plan. They're willing enough to. So before we approach Castle Neritar, that's what it's called, Neritar, Castle Neritar. Before we go there, I think it'd be best if you unbind us, and I can talk to the front guards and say that you are friends. Yes.
Yeah,
The Shroud nodding.
that's gonna work.
Well, it don't look so good if you come and we're prisoners. But if you let me talk for you, I can talk to the lizard folk guard and tell them that you are here to help us, and they let you through.
See, let's gonna point up at Laragoth and go, she's watching too.
Yes, yes, we fear the great and powerful dragon. We revere a great and powerful dragon.
And I'll look at Aravir.
Yeah, I mean, it's our best bet, and seem confident to get us that he can get us in. I'll yes, do another insight check.
Sure.
14.
14. You feel the persuasion of Snapjaw. You see his attempts to sort of persuade you that like we're on the same side, and he's basically saying like trust me, like give me, like extend the olive branch of trust to me and we'll reward you. Like he's sort of like he's being like, I want to help, let me help. I know this requires trust. I promise it'll pay off. So he's kind of asking for that initial bond of trust from you, and he seems very enthusiastic about you guys helping the lizard folk. You don't detect deception or tricks from him.
Yeah, then I'll nod to Ciela if this is the right move. Oh,
Can't hear you.
you're muted.
Muted.
Oh, if you think he's on the up and up, I'll back you. And looks like Shroud's on board. I'll look at Star.
Yep.
And I'll look up over my shoulder at Gemma.
Jonah goes, little infiltration mission? Sounds like fun.
All right.
So you unbind the lizard folk?
Yeah.
Okay. You unbind them. You cut their bindings. Of course, I imagine you left all of their spears and weapons and clubs and shit behind. That's a lot of shit to carry. They immediately go, revolution! They try and kill you. No, I'm kidding. They unbind and they look at each other and just kind of nod. And you see the other ones have a sort of like an uncertainty, and I'll carry over your insight, Aravir. You see that you look at the line of the other lizard folk, and they seem sort of uncertain, like they're not super behind Snapjaw. They're not like, yeah, he's right, these guys are the heroes, like, we got this. They're very sort of uncertain about this plan, but they seem to be going along with it. They're not totally confident, they're not totally in belief that, you know, you guys are the great omen, the great saviors. But a dragon showed up, Snapjaw seems confident, they're willing enough to go along. Okay. You unbind your lizard folk. And you guys begin... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Are we at the castle? Like,
you're about to be.
Okay.
You're real close.
I'm going to turn to Lyragoth and say, all right, we're gonna go in. You can hang out in the swamp if you like. And if you hear me whistle really loud, that's your cue to come in and murder.
Okay.
All right.
Murder.
Yes.
You will note that it is late in the day. It is very late in the day.
Okay.
Getting later.
Mm-hmm.
Should we take a long rest and...
If you want to take a long rest outside of the castle before entering, that's acceptable.
Yeah, the wizard would love that.
Gemna does not look unhappy about that as she took a bit of a hit. Lyragoth is sort of like looking at Aravir with like excitement, like it's happening. Big magic learn. So your NPCs are on board if that's what you want to do. Okay. Tell you what, Ranger, make me a survival check. You'll have advantage because the lizard folk are very acquainted with the swamp and they'll be able to help you find a good place to make camp.
That's 18 plus 5, 23.
23. You find dry enough, flat enough ground to make a camp. You sense it's not a good idea to make a fire so close to the castle. They warn you that you're like really, really close, and if you were to have a smoke thing going, that might cause alarm. But you guys find a good enough place to set up shop, get a long rest. Before that long rest happens, Lyragoth comes over to you, Aravir, and looks at you and says, I did the right thing. Yes?
Mm, Yeah, yeah. Looking back on the day, um, just, yeah, just a second.
Okay, sorry.
Um, yeah, thank you.
Nope.
Sorry. Um, yes, it's time, and I'll sit down with. I don't know how to teach a dragon magic, but I'll just teach him what I know.
That's okay. Erebir knows how to. It's okay. Yeah, you sit down, you take out your spell book. Lyragoth sort of almost dog-like sits in the mud beside you, cranes its neck over your shoulder, and kind of like looks at the arcane glyphs in the book. And you start talking about the fundamentals of arcane, the presence of the weave, the relevance of dragon blood, and how Lyragoth is magic. Why don't you make me an Arcana check? See how well this goes. What'd you get?
16.
16. Okay. Give me a half a moment. I'm just gonna take a quick look because you did a really good job. You're reading about the book and you're talking about like evocation, the different schools of magic, the fundamentals, the very basics. You're kind of talking about magic, and as you are indeed talking about magic, um, uh, she starts to pick up on it amazingly fast. Much like you've heard of sorcerers. Dragons have very powerful magical blood. So what she's picking up on is like a little bit of like wizardy arcana, but her blood is really helping, and you start to see like enough so that she's commanding the water enough that it's able to sort of begin to sort of move, and she's actually starting to conjure a little bit of water just from the ether, sort of transmuting it from nothing. She hasn't not enough to create a spell, but you see the sort of the beginnings of magic is already coming to her. What should be by you probably took like a week, maybe weeks to accomplish even this, but in one night, your Lyragoth is already getting the beginnings of a spell. Not fully, but the beginnings.
Yeah, that's cool. All right.
I'm gonna be watching this because I'm always watching my dragon.
Yeah, you watch this and you see Lyragoth very quickly picking up on magic as if it was second nature, as if she were born to cast magic.
And I'll like talk to Ciela about like how she thinks it went. I don't know. We don't have to role play it, but
Yeah.
So we'll be like, all right, she's happy. And this could be the start of good things. Maybe teacher spells of like restoration, and if you know anything like that. Maybe a little
restoration.
maybe not that. If not that, then spells that aren't directly used for evil.
Yeah, I've got some options. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I'll say the two things that Lyragoth in this lesson is sort of picking up on, the quickest seems to obviously driven by her interest. Not necessarily spells you possess, but maybe you're talking about it and sort of comes to it. One is indeed seems to be about the sort of creation and destruction of water itself. Sort of the swamp sort of inspires a want to make that spell. And the second one is about hindering the senses, about sort of shutting down a person's ability to maybe see or hear. And those two things, she's starting to get the essence of, those two spells.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very much an arcana, wizarding sort of education, fueled by the power of her blood, but it is very much an arcana education, yes.
Nice. Okay, very cool.
Excellent. And with that, everybody can have a long rest. The lizard folks sit happily in your camp. There's no deserters or anything. But But there's no deserters, there's no problems or troubles with the lizard folk. They seem content enough to see where this goes. And you all can get a long rest if there's nothing else you guys want to do that evening. With that, the next morning, you guys are going to approach Castle Neritar. But I think it's the right time to have a break. We're really close anyway. So as we move into this next chapter, let's we'll come back to it in a minute.
You missed all the Chow talk.
Mm-hmm.
Literal Chow.
I know, bummer. No, all of a sudden, like we saw like a flash of light outside, and we think like a transformer blew because then we just like lost power for like a hot minute.
Oh shit.
We back up. No, we good. We good.
That's so weird. I know one time a friend of mine that in the States, their transformer blew, but it was like super hot.
Uh-huh.
So is it hot over there or super cold?
Oh no, it's cold here. I live in a state where the air hurts my face.
Where do you live?
In Pennsylvania.
Oh. That's
so funny. Okay. Let's stream it.
Let's go.
Boy, I had a lot to do on the break. Hold up here. I get some better music. Hey, that's perfect. Drake swaps. Love it.
I can't remember, sorry, what you said about it, but I want to do a gift of alacrity.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Yeah, your mage armor and your gift of alacrity, those like 8-hour things, like I trust that you're accounting for the spell slots. It's fine. As long as you are. Oh, that's what's doing it. Okay. So I'm gonna change your upper. Oh god, that's really not what we're going for, is it? We're gonna bring that back. Okay. Okay. We made it. We made it, guys. Let me give you that master shot. Hang on. You guys approach this great tower, this towering castle. Though it looks partially flooded, slightly dilapidated, it is quite functional. It's quite intact. Though perhaps at one time it fell to disuse, it is quite inhabited, quite divided. Even just upon appearance, you see that there are various longhouses built in one style, and then you see mud huts built in another style. You see bullywugs and lizard folk walking here and there. You see a pen off to your right with very large giant lizards inside. And a keep with burning torchlight in its various windows. This is a living, thriving community of, and apparently the center of cult activity here in the Mare of Dead Men, where all of these lizard folk have been going to try and acquire. You have been bringing all this treasure and goods. You guys are making some headway. As you approach the front guard, you are going to see about a half mile. You see all of these lizard folk, about 8 of them, sort of posted at the front. As you approach, they all turn with interest and distrust towards you. And Snapjaw sort of pats your shoulder, Erebir, and says, "Don't worry, Snapjaw, take care. Snapjaw, take care." And he walks past you. And the guards go, "Snapjaw, who are these? Who are these people?" And he goes, brothers, keep quiet. Listen, I bring us not just anyone, but saviors of hope for we of the clan. And they go, "Saviors? What are you talking about? Such nonsense, Snapjaw." He goes, No, Scaly Death Tribe will have our revenge. Yes, please believe me. These are cultists who have come to join. They come to join the cultists. Yes, but more than this, they are here to help us. Oh, I completely botched that. Never mind. He doesn't say that you guys are saviors at all. He just says, these are cultists. Yes, cultists come to join the cult. Sorry, I botched that. The reading is... Sorry, the module is a little tricky to read. They go, who are these people? And he goes, these are cultists. They come to join the forces inside the castle, yes? And they go, all right, proceed. And they just let you through without another question. They all just sort of stand aside, and it seems that you guys have a free way to roam as you see fit.
Oh shit. Oh.
Snapjaw says, yes, very good. Yes, Snapjaw friend. See? You trust Snapjaw.
Okay. I am impressed. And yeah.
The other lizard folk behind you sort of like kind of begin to sort of like very cautiously begin to sort of like tarry off as if to like rejoin the castle's fort, but like doing so with very subtle caution as if to be like, go? Am I gonna get in trouble if I go? It seems like it's time to go, like return to whatever we're doing. Snapjaw says, I stay with you, yes? I stay with you and help you as you go. But can they go? May they leave? They return to their huts and families?
Star kind of just shrugs and kind of like elbows. Maybe it's a good idea, kind of thing.
They seem convinced and.
Well, you vouch that they won't squeal on us.
Says, yes. They are skeptical of plan of that you are great saviors, but they promise not to tell. We will have great meeting tonight. I show you. We have great meeting. Lizard folk, elders come. We speak.
Okay. I guess we let them go, or at least wherever it is.
Is there any place we can stay to avoid attention, unwanted attention, until that happens?
You all pretend to be cultists, yes? Then you stay with cultists, whereas lizard folk stay with lizard folk. It'd be very strange if you stay with lizard folk.
Okay.
So these guys kind of move off, and there's this tension of like, you think like maybe at the last minute when they get to here they might all run off and go screaming, but they don't. They kind of just rejoin the sort of lizard folk society here. You guys do see them talking with a somewhat look of like they're just talking to different people. No alarm bells are rung. You kind of have this tension of like, was this a good idea or not? But nothing bad seems to come of it. And so Snapjaw will sort of join you guys and just kind of keep you company and says, yes, I follow. Yes, you look around, you see what's to see. Snapjaw, come with you. Ask question if you need. So with that, you guys are free to roam around the castle, do what you wish to do, and Snapjaw seems willing enough to accompany you and guide you a little bit here and there.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to put my hood up to hide the crystals. And just keep my mask ready just to see if any of the cultists are wearing masks.
No, any cultists, and you don't see many outside the castle here, but any people that are not lizard folk or these bullywug creatures that you begin to see, these very much sort of frog men. There's no real other way to say it. They look like men or bipedular giant frogs is what they look like, and they seem to roam with a level of intelligence. You do see what Snapjaw is saying, that they seem to sort of bully and push around the lizard folk a little bit, seem to make them do the shitty tasks a little bit as they wander here and there. And what cultists you see are the same as any cultists you've seen. They just look like mercenaries. There's nothing really that sort of binds them together other than those like scabbards they have at their sides, which in and of itself is a little subtle. So you guys kind of can blend in. What would you like to do? There's lots to see, lots to do.
Is it basically just like a camp for them, or do they have merchants?
He says, merchants? No, no merchants. No buying or selling, no. This is,
No trading?
not town? No trading, no. This is, no. All the wealth goes to the cult. All the jewels and money and metal weapons go to the cult. But cult pays lizard folk in metal weapons sometimes. One of the cultist bosses, they teach us about metal.
Tell me about the boss.
And that he will. Come on. I just want to make sure I'm getting the right information pulled up. I says, yes, there is Elf here, in charge. His name is, Dralmarir Borngray. He does not like Bullywug. He try and teach lizard folk how to make weapons, but lizard folk not so smart.
Or what was that name again?
I posted it in the Zoom chat.
Thank you.
Dalmarir Borngray. Eravir, if you wanted to make a history check regarding this name, you would probably be the only person here who would have grounds to do so.
What does do? Oh no, I got a 9.
A 9? You never heard of the Borngrays.
Oh man.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
You have inspiration.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'll use my inspiration.
Fantastic. Go for it.
Could I also investigate?
No, you don't. You wouldn't have grounds to have any knowledge of this.
Okay.
That's 12.
A 12? Yeah, I'll give you some. I'll give you some for 12. The Borngray name, you do recognize it from your time, in more educated settings, more formal settings, shall we say. The Borngrays are a noble family from Evermeet. It's one of the noble elven houses of Evermeet.
Yeah. Oh,
High
share.
elven. Yeah, no problem.
Share that information with the party.
Yep, a high elven Evermeet noble house. The snapshot goes, oh, that's very interesting. And looks a little dumbfounded, not the most intelligent creature.
All right.
But yes, he does not like the bullywugs. He tries to teach lizard folk. He tries to help lizard folk.
But he's still a cultist. So can
Yes,
you
yes,
really trust him?
he's with the dragon cult. He yearns for Dragon Queen's return.
See. Well, I guess we should go blend in.
You know what he looks like, by chance?
Yes, he has eye patch. He has scars on his face, blonde hair, very nice armor, and shield and longsword. Not many other elves around here. Hard to miss.
So armor kind of like, and not towards shroud, like that kind.
What's Shroud wearing?
Like what kind of armor?
Mhm.
They have on splint armor.
Splint armor. Says no. Very, very fine, dark, but like you. And we'll point to Star, who I believe is wearing studded leather armor.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. I think Star is wearing studded. I know that Ciela is too.
Mm-hmm.
And what about the other leaders? Can you tell me about them?
Yes. I tell you. The Bullywugs. And he'll say, Farbleck Spattergoo, which I've already put in the Zoom chat before. Says, yes, he serves Dragon Cult. Yes, he's Bullywug's shaman master. Powerful shaman, much magic.
Anybody else?
Oh, yes. A couple of days ago, Dragon Woman comes. Black Dragon Woman. Who you would all know to be Resmir, the Black Half Dragon.
Yeah.
And yes, those leaders here. Yes. Black Dragon Lady comes with friend in red robes. But not leader, just friend.
I'm gonna look at everybody like.
Sorry, could you turn your input up a bit, Aravir? I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess it's just time to move forward then. And kind of sneak into this meeting.
Might be good to get just a good lay of the land. So,
Meeting happen after dark. Meeting happen after dark.
yes. And do they lock everything down at night? Or do cultists come and go at night?
Come and go where?
Wherever they want?
Most people can go wherever they please, but everyone keeps themselves. Bullywugs to themselves, lizard folk to themselves, cultists to themselves. Some have nicer rooms. Leaders have very nice rooms. We shouldn't just go into their rooms. That would be very bad.
Yes, obviously.
Where exactly are their rooms?
In castle, I show you if you wish.
Okay.
And if you guys wish to follow, you guys can can go. The map's yours. You guys are free to wander and walk wherever you please. All right. As you go. Yeah. All right, you guys wander past this sort of animal stockade where lizard folk are taming these giant lizard creatures. You also see these long houses off to the right. that are made from reeds bound into long, thick bundles and bent into upside-down U-shaped ribs. That space between the ribs are latticed and thatched. Very, very skilled, like ingenious building to the longhouses. And then to your left, you see these like shitty, muddy fucking huts. In comparison, about a dozen or more huts are placed haphazardly in the boggy grounds. Slightly fettered domes. Doorways are open and low. Reeds are woven through lattice. Muddy and grassy and crappy, basically, is what's going on there. Takes you over here.
Is it obvious who lives in what type of house?
Yes, the lizard folk seem to live in the longhouses.
Okay.
And the bullywugs seem to live over here in the sort of mud huts, where a number of giant frogs just sort of like leap around, like sort of wild pets kind of thing. Yeah, very clearly, lizard folk have the nicer, better built homes for sure. Right. I gotta start organizing you guys so I can take you through the hallways a little better. Let's put Scylla, Aravir, we'll put Star there, Snapjaw. There we go. I might just move you all when it's necessary. The first room you come into is thus. You find yourself in what is called a barbican. You essentially see like a bunch of bullywugs and toads standing around at various tables. They kind of regard you as you come in. They look at Snapjaw with a look of like intimidation, basically, or disregard. Very much thinking very little of him. Make your way down the walkway. You might notice there's no roof on this walkway as you go. Making your way down. To which you guys come to an open courtyard over here. And I'm just going to put all the buildings on. So all of you end up over here. I'm just going to grab you, bring you over, because that's a nice little central place to drop you. Whee! Fantastic. Yes, you make your way into the sort of outer ward courtyard. You see a once hard-packed earth has now become something of a sort of exterior barracks. You see a number of bullywugs standing around, sort of lazily loafing, giving orders to the number of lizard folk who are around training some giant lizards. And Snapjaw is going to point to this door over here, right there, and he is going to say, this is where Bullywug Leader live. That is where Spattergoo, main home, live. Yes, that is where. Den is going to point to this door over here and says, up 3rd floor through that door, that is where Dragon Lady lives. Black Dragon Lady, very important. Own castle, her castle. And then she'll point to this tower over here and say, that is where Elf lives. And with Red Robe Guest. Yes, this is where they live. And then we'll sort of point to this general structure over here and say, but that's for lizard folk over there. That is lizard folk post. We have secret meeting at the top floor tonight.
Okay. So,
And where do the cultists hang out?
He points over here and says, this building over here, nicest building. They have altar to Dragon Queen. They have library. They have all kinds of nice stuff. Lizard folk don't get nice stuff. Not like them.
I see.
so Gemna is with us. So Star kind of approaches him and nudges him and kind of quietly whispers like, "So, what do you think? Should we sneak in the rooms and into the Dragon Lady's room? Do you think she'll be in there? Or bad idea?"
No, I like where your head's at. I just, I don't know. What's your plan? Are you gonna
Well,
like that kind of situation?
I'm just wondering if we can sneak in there and see if she has any like battle plans or anything like that.
Okay, okay. I like your style. I like your style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be worth it. I think we should. Here's what I think. I find it's always best to go where you're allowed to go first, and then figure out where to push the boundary. You know what I mean? That's my way of going about it. But if you want to go in hard and fast, in a
No,
sneaky kind
'cause
of way,
I
let's do
want to
it.
wait till we know for sure she's not in that room. Because, like, we don't know she's in there, and I don't want to go in there because I've had problems before, okay? And
Right.
I don't like going in a room where I have surprises.
That's true. That's true. We could do a little sort of stakeout situation. Like if we sort of see Dragon Lady out here somewhere, we'll know she's not up there somewhere, and then we go
true.
and have a little look-see.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Or we get these lizard folk guys on our side, then we just kill everybody, and then go look through everything once all the dust is settled.
That is true. Just an idea. Anyway, we'll hold it for now.
Yeah,
Let's go
lots of
back
options,
to
lots of options. But I
yeah,
like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking.
all right. And then, of course, he just kind of like eyes her and goes like, "Gotta remember, I don't like you." But damn
How
it.
about we get something to eat first?
Okay.
Over to you guys.
All right. He goes, yes, you, something to eat, yes. You have, your people have a lovely great hall with lots of food, over there. And is going to point to, I think it's this door over here, and says, Great hall, good for eating. Lizard folk no go. I wait outside. If you guys want to go see what they're serving.
I want to see what they're talking about.
Yeah, let's go in there and kind of investigate.
I'm
Grab
gonna
some food and
say
listen.
Terrence and Ethar, like, we're gonna supervise the lizard folk just in case he wants to, like, but we'll stay right outside just in case.
All right.
So
We'll bring you
they're all
something to
gonna
eat.
Yeah, you go get something to eat. These guys are just gonna wait outside, and you guys are gonna go check out what the grub is like. So you guys are gonna go through this door over here, and you guys are gonna see some stuff. Don't you love stuff? I like stuff. You wander in and you see Snapjaw didn't lie. This seems to be where the cultists eat their meals. Not only do you see like sort of standard cultists, sort of the mercenary looking cultists who you've been fighting against and sort of intriguing with, but you also see the more regaliaed, masked, higher ranking dragon cult members also dining here within as well. Sort of those long gray robes with the mask on. You'll notice amongst them, though, that there are a deep variety of different races in here, which will include a single warforged that looks almost identical to Shroud. Other than some scrapes that Shroud might have uniquely in a change of armor, but those of you who met Shroud early on in the adventure, it's almost a spitting image. It's almost like the exact same model. There's a Furbolg, there is a Tabaxi, there is a couple Genasi in here, some half-elves, mostly human, dwarves, a large variety, but a single Warforged, and another Tabaxi.
All right, I'm just gonna walk like I belong there and get some food.
Yep, you go out and grab some food, no issue there. Let's see, there's also a sort of makeshift carpentry shop within the actual room. You see one guy sort of working at like a desk and doing a little carpentry there, like working on making sort of like a proper plank. But most people are just eating around. You go grab some food, it looks hot and edible. And we'll feed you for today for your ration, and you can go like sit with the cultists, and they don't seem to mind as you just kind of pop a squat. If that's what you want to do.
Yep, I do. I want to listen to see what's the chatter.
discuss, the chatter. A lot of it is complaining about the swamp. Very much like, oh, there's fucking swamp. Are we ever gonna get the fuck out of here? No, going to. And there's been like, oh, did you hear that Resmir, wearer of purple, she's finally back after her travels of Bard. Because, oh, excellent to hear. It's wonderful. So I'll speak about that. Tell you what, make me a insight check to see what kind of juicy gossip you hear about.
21.
21. Yep, they talk about the return of Resmir. They say, says, oh, did you get into the library? He goes, oh, yeah, the library. And they talk about the library a bunch. Says, you always see the elf going through all the stash, and he takes out all of the best books for himself and puts it up in the library. Do you know if he has permission to do that? And goes, oh, yeah, Resmir lets the elf do that. Some very nice books up in there, very nice indeed. With a 21, I'll give you one other thing. These two guys are sort of whispering. Goes, oh, you spend a lot of time in the altar room, the chapel. He goes, no one spends time in the chapel. What are you talking about? He goes, well, I heard a rumor that somewhere in the room there's some kind of hidden weapon of the Black Dragon. Hidden weapon of the Black Dragon. You daft. He goes, just telling you what I've heard around. He goes, shut up. So you hear that there's some rumor that there's some sort of Black Dragon based secret hidden in the room.
Okay.
They'll also say, and the last thing I'll give you is, they'll say, oh yeah, you saw that new fellow who came in the red robes. Goes, oh yeah, the bald one. Yeah, he's a real weird fellow. He keeps to himself. He spends a lot of time up in the that telescope room at the top tower in the middle there. I wonder what they're looking at through that telescope. Hasn't moved for years, I'll tell you that. I was, oh, that's what they say. And that's what I'll give you. That's what you
All right. I'll wait till we're
is
done
anybody
eating and relay that later. But in the
Fantastic.
meantime, yeah.
Is there anything anyone else wishes to do in the room?
I'll just talk to the Tabaxi and complain with them about the whole swamp and how icky it is and ugh. And how
I
they
miss the south. Stop it
Me
here.
too. Me too, man. Me too. It's so icky here. It's gross.
Gross.
Like, how are you keeping your fur clean? Yeah, I know.
I lick-
Other than licking, like the fur is ridiculous to keep stay dry. It's so gross.
I heard of I heard one despicable rumor that Tabaxi shave themselves real short, but I think they're just trying to make fun of me. They're trying to get me to do it, but I'm too smart for them. Too smart.
Yeah. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You'll look ridiculous, man. Don't do that.
Right. And he kind of like looks at you of like it's sort of like a look of like, no, yeah, that's stupid. He's like, he's almost like checking with you if like that is stupid. And he's like, no, yeah, it's so dumb. I'm never gonna do that. That would be stupid.
No, it's stupid. Don't do it. Don't be like them.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Don't be like them. Those humans. No.
Yeah, humans. Gross.
Yeah, right.
Could you imagine that just having skin, like a naked cat? Gross.
Ugh, so gross.
I don't know how they do it.
Me neither, man. No
So
way.
it must be cold.
Ugh. Like, how do they keep warm? Those clothing, it barely keeps them warm. Ugh.
Rags.
Rags.
And their faces. How do they keep warm when their faces are exposed with no fur? It must be horrible existence. And don't even get me started about when they mate. Ugh. Imagine having skin on someone else's skin. Gross.
The images, man. The images.
Disgusting. And you guys gotta talk about that, about how disgusting skin is. Gross.
And then he just like he just goes like, he's like, ugh, my life, ugh. Anyway.
Yeah, finally someone you can relate to. Incredible. Okay, anybody else? Okay. You guys eat. The yeah, you guys eat, or you guys can all have your ration for the day, so to speak. And you can get up and go about your business if you wish to. Damn, Shroud. You see the only other Warforged you ever seen in your entire life. You don't give a shit.
I was curious. I was going to ask you that if with my background, I didn't think that they've seen another Warforged before.
Never seen another Warforged in your life until now, and this one looks identical to you.
Okay, if that's the case, can I approach them?
Yeah, you approach the Warforged. You sort of walk up, and it looks at you, and you guys just start staring at each other.
Yeah, just have a staring contest. Can I do just like a scan just to kind of like get like a read on them? Like it just kind of like what I've done in the past where like just like a general pass over like a perception check.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, you can make a perception or an investigation, your choice.
I'll do perception.
Okay.
That is 16 on the dice plus 1, 17.
17. Like I said, this entity, you've been much more, like, you've seen more battle, but you're much better taken care of. Battle scratches and stuff, but you've got, like, new, nicer armor and whatnot. This creature, this one looks like you, but has, like, leathers integrated. So essentially is, like, got, like, much shittier armor, much shittier equipment, very much looks like, it looks identical to you, like, it's the spitting image of you if you were wearing different armor. And you note that it's, like, of a similar model. You know that there's, like, a serial code, so to speak. Not a serial code, I'm not gonna go that futuristic, but you know that there is, like, a maker's mark or a model mark on you, sort of, like, probably inside your chassis. But looks just like you.
I think Shroud would have a certain level of awareness to, I'll say not like make a big deal about things, but obviously like we're in unknown company. So I feel like if they were to just start to investigate too much, that might be like kind of cause some questions. So I think they'll just kind of like observe and try and like continue to blend in, but definitely like perceiving this similar being.
I will say most people in the hall are probably just like kind of watching this interaction because nobody's seen two of these robots and now they're talking to each other. It's sort of that, I think anyone gets scared when robots start talking to each other. So I think everyone's generally interested in this phenomenon, these like two metal men talking to each other. And they just kind of watch with like sort of like what's going to happen kind of interest. Like Gold says that one tries to try to tear each other apart. There can only be one sort of situation. He goes, yeah, you're going for that. They start handing around gold. Everyone's just kind of watching with interest. Yeah, that one just kind of looks at you and will say, I am designation 31.
I am Shroud. And I will extend a hand out to shake theirs.
It looks at your hand. And it looks up at you. And then it very robotically, more so than you, to a point where you have a moment where you kind of are like, oh, that's weird. I'm like a little more, I don't know, loose, a little less robotic than this one is. And it kind of like very sort of stiffly. Even more so than you have, and shakes your hand.
Okay, I would read that as just like a friendly gesture. So I don't think if it's not going to continue to interact with me, I think I'll just continue to kind of like read it.
It continues to just stare at you. You get the sense it's scanning you as well, and it's just like continuously scanning you with interest.
That's fine. Yeah, we're just two robots studying each other.
Just 2 ribbits. And yeah, it just kind of stares at you for a little while.
That's fine. I mean, I feel like I'm not, I mean, I'm obviously like more sentient, like you said, but I don't think I would read anything like more into it than what is happening.
The creature goes, or this other warforged goes, "Who is your creator?"
And I think I will pause there and I'll do a scan like in my own memory. And I'm gonna not be able to recall since some things I'm not aware that thing like above the table there's been things that have been done to their memory and circuit that they don't know exactly who their original creator was. So I think they're just gonna kind of pause and like not know how to respond to that. And I feel like that's probably going to be like a little bit jarring for them because like they haven't been asked to like, this is the first time they've been asked to try and recall information that they can't like reach to in their circuits.
Understood. You kind of like, I'll tell you what, maybe a flat intelligence check to see if like you can spark any memory or anything like that. It's a fairly high DC check.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, there's no plus to it, so it's just 10.
10? You don't recall your creator, but you do have a sort of like momentary sort of like, it's more of a nostalgia to what you already remember, and that's sort of like your first master and sort of like working under their command. Just for like a moment, but it's not really relevant to the conversation.
Yeah,
as far as you know.
That's fair. Let's see here. Then in that case, I feel like I'm trying to think of how I would respond to that. I think I would honestly just respond and say like information inaccessible, like, and just kind of like go offline because like I can't completely like put the thoughts together.
Got it. It makes no gesture, but you see the eyes sort of flicker a little bit as if it's trying to make something happen in its own memory banks unsuccessfully. Yeah, and you guys kind of just continue to stare, and then eventually it will sort of speak one last time. It'll say, "You feel the feeling in chest, the heat in chest when fight."
And I'll like pause for a minute and I'll say, "I do." And you?
I feel when fighting only. What am I?
I don't know. Like, I don't think they would know how to answer that because they're trying to figure that out themselves. So I think they would just kind of scan. Maybe they would like kind of like touch their own chest a little bit to kind of like, you know, how people have like sensory, like try and sensory, like tie sensory things to like speech. And they may like kind of like touch their chest or feel their chest, like their own chest. And I think they would respond, I'm discovering that myself. That's probably the best way they'd be able to respond.
Excellent. And it just sort of looks a little disappointed. I want you to do one more intelligence check for me.
Okay. That's a 17.
17.
Mm-hmm.
You see a memory of a fight you don't recall being in.
Mm-hmm.
It's only like a still frame, basically. It's a still frame where you see the visual of being in battle. You're on like this field that you've never been before. You are fighting what looks to be orcs, and there seems to be like other warriors at your side, dwarves in fact, and mostly dwarves. And you don't like see your own physical form, but the only thing other than the actual visual image of you just sort of like being in that vanguard charge against like these orc raiders basically is that feeling in your chest of heat, but it feels more than you've ever experienced it. And then it's sort of done. That's all you get.
Okay. Understood. I think they would just try and kind of like start to process like because I feel like this is the first time that they've been confronted with being asked like what are you, like what am I, right? Because they don't know either. So they may start to think on that in terms of like, yeah, what am I? Because like it's not I'll say not a secret, obviously, like they're very aware that like they're not the same as the party as anything else, right? So I feel like that may start to call into question for themselves, if not similar to what is around them, like then what are they?
Got it.
A pretty
Absolutely.
pretty existential thought.
Absolutely, no problem. And at that point, the creature, sort of dissatisfied without information, sort of maybe you two just kind of stare at each other for like the rest of the meal while everyone's eating. And just,
Yeah.
like circuits going, trying to figure out like what to do with this. Like, hey, there's another me. What do I do with it? Especially for it, where it's like you're the more advanced one, at least in appearance, and you two just trying to figure each other out. But with that, the meal comes to an end, and you may all continue to do whatever it is you wish to do. There is a door on either end of the hall that you're eating in, and then the way out. What would you like to do?
I continue looking like I belong here and go through, I guess, look at the others and where go.
Okay.
So where are you going?
Do we want to exit or do we want to explore into the castle?
I need to talk for just a minute before we go. So let's step outside for a minute and then we can decide.
Okay.
You'll step outside the Great Hall, and find your way back to Snapjaw and the Nature Clerics. Excuse me.
And once everybody else is out of earshot and we are all together again, I am going to relay everything that I overheard in the hall.
Okay.
You as well, Star.
What was that?
You as well, Star.
Sorry, one more time.
You as well, Star.
Yeah, I'm out there. Yeah.
So maybe might be an idea at some point to check out that the whatchamacallit, the church, the altar, chapel.
Okay. So we want to sneak into where exactly? Just so we can figure this out and we plan this out correctly.
Well, like go to pray.
Go to pray. Snapjaw will say the same thing again. He goes, through that door, but lizard folk no go. That is cultist section of castle. So your clerics will stay outside and keep an eye on things, but in the meantime, you guys can indeed go into the chapel. Get yourself some religion. Isn't that great?
Oh, great.
Praise the Dragon Queen. Am I right? Up top.
Sure.
No, I'm kidding. You guys make your way into the chapel. You see that it's a very old chapel, but it is currently adorned with a handsome wooden statue of the Dragon Queen. The workmanship is surprisingly good, though most of the Dragon Queen's visage bears a strong resemblance to lizard folks more than dragons, actually. There's nobody here in the chapel right now. And, yeah.
Let's take a look around.
Alright, make me a little investigation check.
All right.
Can I search as well?
Yep, you can.
I'm
2.
having a very bad
22.
day of rolls. 9.
9,
15.
15. My 22, you are going to find it first. You guys all start scanning around the room, and you find a hidden compartment beneath Tiamat's black dragon head. And as that sort of compartment sort of pops open, you're going to see a beautiful ornate dagger pop out. It has a curved blade with sort of maybe brass, maybe gold filigree that sort of twists around the blade, and a glowing green gem near the hilt. And as you sort of hold it close to you, you can almost feel like there's sort of an acrid smell in the air sort of around your head. And you see at the tip of the blade a small drip of liquid sort of drips to the ground. There's a on the ground.
Ooh, dagger.
Can I make a I don't know what kind of check would I have to make to figure out what is dripping off the dagger?
You can make a nature check to determine what's dripping off the dagger. If anyone wants to try and determine what the dagger is, they can make an arcana check.
That's this 16 plus 2, 18.
18. That would be poison.
Poison. Okay.
It's
Careful.
very much a sort of injury-based poison. Pretty potent. Pretty potent.
I got a 10 for the Arcana check. See what the blade was.
10 for the arcana. You get the sense it's a fairly deadly weapon, but other than that, you're not sure what it is.
Yeah, I didn't get much better. I got much worse actually.
Got it. You're muted, Erebir.
I get a 15 on the
15. You do know what this is. You have, in your scrawlings and writings, have heard of a dagger of venom. They are non-attunement, rare daggers. Difficult to build. They are +1 daggers. And you can use an action to cause a thick black poison to coat the blade that remains there for 1 minute or until an attack is used with this weapon. On a hit, the target must make a DC 15 con saving throw or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. You regain the use of this ability at dawn.
Oh my god, that's pretty cool.
A poisonous dagger.
Star, can you check to see if we can take it without setting off any traps? Maybe?
I can try, which is, I'm guessing this is sleight of hand, right?
I'm going to assume you guys have already popped the compartment and taken it out to examine it.
Okay.
So
Fair
it's
enough.
too late.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you would have probably found a trap along with the investigation, maybe, but no trap was found and no trap went off.
Okay, cool. So, can we pilfer this knife? I mean dagger.
Yes, just don't get caught with it.
Oh, come on. What happens if I use it on people?
Gemna says, well, then I think it doesn't really matter if you're going to be caught for thieving if you're doing a murder.
Oh,
But in the meantime, maybe tuck.
all right, fine. Who keeps it? Clearly, Star wants to have the dagger, but also did not find the dagger.
Oh, I'll pass the dagger over to Star. Just keep it hidden until
Fine. I won't use it for now.
You see an old wizard comes out of the dark and says, "Keep it secret. Keep it safe." And then disappears back into the dark.
So I was like, did anyone see that? No? Okay. Puts the dagger away safely and says, I will use you later.
My precious. Every rogue's best friend, a dagger of venom.
Okay, I guess I'll add this to my thing.
Yep, add a dagger of venom to your inventory. Well, now what? Now that you've pilfered the chapel,
Get the fuck out of the chapel.
If Erica here knows about the library, she would be very, very curious about that.
Yep.
I believe Snapjaw told you that it's in this section of the castle somewhere. So, if you guys want to continue through the doors and start searching around for it, feel free.
Sure. Right.
Right? Like this door?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Sweet. You pop it open, and you're gonna see an old shitty room. It's a storeroom that's sort of been trashed. Broken stools, rotten altar cloth, corroded icons. Nothing of value.
Is it worth searching?
Pardon?
Is it worth searching?
You can search if you want. Make me an investigation check. 20? There's evidence here that probably many other gods were worshipped in this room before Tiamat, but the icons that are sort of thrown about here are too destroyed to have any value or to be recognized as any particular deity. But you get the sense that this is not the first god to have been worshipped in this room. But other than that, no, nothing of particular value.
The left, then?
To the left. This door or the door on the wall? The other wall.
The first one.
Alright. You open it up. You find yourself in what could be considered a rectory. It looks to have once been the living quarter for probably a priest. There was sturdy storage containers for vestments and religious paraphernalia, probably. But a lot of the cabinets were hacked open long ago. And within you see a number of these upper-ranked dragon cult members with the masks and the regalia. And as you turn, they kind of like look at you. They go, "Welcome."
Hi.
You look. Your silence spell is on there, elf.
Sorry. I'll stand up straighter and like tip my head to them. I'm honored to be here.
Sure. Absolutely. You're looking for the library?
Yes, please.
Well, just, you're in the right direction. Just up the stairs, through the door.
Appreciate it. Pleasure meeting you. And she'll keep walking.
Alright. You're making your way upstairs?
Yep.
Yep. Party's going with?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You make your way upstairs into... Oh, my bad. There we go. You see a few crates and chests and books called away, and a door, which is probably the door you're supposed to go to as per directed. And that guy right there. There's also a stair step that goes up another flight of stairs. And if you go through, you'll find the library. Ooh, I gotta do a little roll quick.
The spooky guy in red robes. Is that what I just said?
Don't worry about it, dude. Hang on a second. Let me just check here. Let's see. Okay. You make your way in. There are no spooky dudes with red robes or anything like that. But you do see some more cultists, ones that look a little more mercenary like you, and other ones that have that extended regalia. But you're in sort of the main library as far as you can see. There's the initiates and those upper ranked members. The shelves are filled with books, parchments, tablets, other writing materials. Some of the bookcases look to be empty, whether they just haven't been filled yet or someone's taken books off the shelves, you're not sure. But yeah, it's a fairly impressive library, probably close to 100 books and manuscripts and quartos.
Yeah, I'd like to start taking a look around the room for sure.
All right. Why don't you make me a little investigation check to see what you... you know what? Don't bother to check. I'm just going to tell you kind of what you peruse through, and then we can do a check later if you're looking for something specific. You find all kinds of books. The history of the Sword Coast, natural philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, magic, theoretical works on alternate realities, time, dimensional travel. Very, very interesting sort of like highly intelligent books. Nothing of frivolity here. Very, definitely a scholar's library. This collection would be, you would know immediately, Arav here. This collection would be a priceless addition. Any library or collector in Waterdeep, if it could be removed from the castle before the cultists spirit away to wherever they're going, or whatever they're doing, or the bullywugs come in and spoil it. But indeed, Aravir, this is probably one of the nicest collections of books you have ever come across, including your original home.
Pretty cool. Yeah, I'll just spend my time like looking through the books for anything particularly like draconic or like arcana based.
Draconic or arcana-based writings and stuff. Is there specific information, because those are fairly broad topics, is there anything specific you're trying to figure out?
Maybe no, frankly, but maybe I want to learn more about like mutated magics.
Mutated magics, like what happened to you earlier? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, you're probably going to spend some time here, but, you know, nobody seems to be on to you right now. The party can either hang out with Aravir or go about their own business. Gemna says, I mean, I can stick with Book Girl and just keep an eye on her back if you guys want.
I'd rather keep exploring than study, but if there's an opportunity later, then maybe I'll take it.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, no problem. But yes, you know where the library is. What would you all like to do now? Got a whole day. Most of a day, anyway.
I would like to investigate more or stake out, if anything. But
Okay.
I wish I could read the books. I feel like Star would not find any useful information or wouldn't know what useful information he would be finding.
So you want to hang out in the library and read around, or do you want to stake out? What are you doing?
Um, I feel like Star's gonna try to investigate the library a bit. 'Cause he feels like there's got to be something in there that's hidden that might be useful.
Okay. Star's looking through the library. Erebir surely has a desire to look through the library.
Gale's
Does
gonna
Shroud
look
and
for
Seal-
dragon books.
Scales can look for dragon books. Shroud, do you wish to look through the library?
Yeah, I think so. I think they would start to scan for things.
Okay, so the party's like, this place is pretty cool. We're staying here. Incredible. Then that is where I'm going to place you. You guys are all kind of scattered here and there, looking through books. That's an empty shelf. I'm not going to put you there. And it's not every day you have an opportunity to look through such a collection. So who knows? Maybe it's just the right thing to do. And then Jamna, she kind of starts talking to one of these like more decorated individuals, just kind of chatting. So let's go around and figure out what everybody wants to look for. So let's come back to you, Erebir. You want to look for information on mutated magic or something similar to what you achieved earlier.
I guess. Can I look for? There wouldn't be like scrolls laying around, but there.
Like spell scrolls?
Yeah.
From what you've seen, you don't think so. You don't think knowledge seems to be here, but practically useful arcana is maybe kept somewhere else. Who knows where?
Can I check out that big ass like strategy table thing?
Yeah, sure. It's not like an actual, like, I know it is a strategy table on the map, but it is just like, I would say it's covered in like manuscripts and books and like dragon lore and such of interest. I don't think there are actual like battle plans by the dragon cult in the library, no.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Then if we need to like kill some time, I'll study about the mutated magic.
Okay, make me either an arcana or an investigation check as you go hunting through these books. 16. 16 for arcana. Yeah, you are going to look through some books on natural philosophy, magic, theoretical work. There's certainly some dragon texts in here. You will figure out as you're sort of itching your arm more and your skin's starting to feel, I don't know, like weird, like almost a little bumpy in like a sort of concerning way in different places. You start reading through the book and it speaks of draconic magic and the power of the blood of dragons, and that if someone were to get their hands on dragon blood, it would be of immense magical value. It's some conjecture about what it's actually capable of. And then when it speaks to magic, it says that those who do have a couple drops of draconic blood sort of in their veins when they're born in their ancestry have a command of magic similar in a way that is known as a sorcerer. Whereas wizards study to learn their magic, sorcerers have it in their very blood, and it comes to them quite naturally, like walking or breathing. And it speaks of how sorcerers are very capable of augmenting their magic. What makes a sorcerer special is that there's no one more capable at shaping magic in unusual ways, such as making it go a little, like appear a little faster on the battlefield, of making it more difficult to resist by empowering it with the magic in their blood, and so on and so forth. And what you're gleaning is the skill that you were achieving is sorcery. Not the wizarding that you've been learning all your life, but lo and behold, you have another natural ability. You know, another thing that's come to you quite naturally, talent-wise, and that's magic in and of itself. But it does reference that though draconic ancestry is a way one achieves sorcery, there are many ways that one might be sort of warped by the power of magic in their blood, by being within wild magic zones, by being under the right moon at the right time, being born in a ferocious godly storm, so on and so forth. There's many ways to achieve magic through the blood. Yours might be draconic, it might be somewhere else, but it seems that you've achieved some form of sorcery power. Whether that'll grow or not, we will see. Who else? Who else has something they want to learn in this library?
Young dragons.
Young dragons. Make me an investigation or nature check.
16 plus.
And if dragons are your favorite enemy, I'll give you advantage.
Okay. Oh, first roll was better. 16 plus, what was it? Investigation or nature?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 18.
18. Young dragons. After a year of life, dragons become large enough that they are designated as young dragons. Now, that's what portion of their life cycle they've entered into. Have a second, I'll give you even more information. Small powers, lifespan. There we go. As wormlings, they often rely on more powerful beings to keep them safe. Whether that is their parenting dragon or some other type of dragon, or other monster that will keep them safe. Maybe a cult sort of dedicated to their protection. Once they become young dragons, they sort of come into their own. They're not as sort of restrained by the dangers of the world, and they can sort of begin to expand and find their own territory. A dragon who first establishes their own territory as a young dragon will usually span across about 50 miles across. They'll also start to form magical ties that bind them both to their hordes and the regions around their lairs. They can typically fly on more or less circular paths from one edge of their territory and back within a day, about 75 miles in total. Very capable, very good at long distance travel. They hunt within this territory. They're keenly aware of other creatures. It is also known that most dragons who have the means will come into their spellcasting abilities as wizards at this young age. That is when they start to begin to really dedicate themselves to the power of wizardry. Many young dragons will begin to gain some minor ability within wizardry. And that's what sort of sets them apart. A young dragon can become a significant threat to a city or kingdom, either through overt violence or subtle manipulation. A young dragon is not something to turn your nose up at. They can be quite dangerous and quite manipulative. And large enough to ride. It's worth noting.
Mm-hmm.
What did you roll? 17?
18.
18, that is what I'll give you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'll give you. Who else? Star, Shroud, what are you guys looking into?
I don't think Shroud is looking for anything in particular unless they were given like a request to do so. So I think they're just going to start to pick up books and scan for anything that may look interesting or not. They don't know.
Make me a very nonchalant investigation check to just find something interesting.
That's fine. 13.
13. All right, give me a second here. Let's see if we can find you something interesting. You pick up a book, and it speaks about these strange vessels known as spelljammers, and that they are known to be able to travel between what is known as the material plane and the astral sea, And as they travel through the astral sea, they're capable of finding and utilizing portals if they have the portal key. And a lot of this goes way over your head. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Space. You basically, in fantasy D&D terms, you start learning about rocket science. And you're like,
Okay.
sure.
Stored away in like my memory bank. Yeah.
Yep, toss her in there. Why not? Could be useful.
Yeah. Yeah.
And last but not least, Star. What are you looking into with this strange repository of knowledge?
It might be weird, but he might be looking for any history of or records that the cultists are keeping
Records on what?
on anything related to their prospects of like why are they doing this? Why are they aiming towards whatever they're aiming for? Why do they need all this gold?
Got it. You're trying to learn something a little more practical.
Yeah.
Make me an investigation check and see if they have any stores of knowledge on their own cult.
Come on, good. Roll for one. Really? Really? I'm really having a bad night. 1 plus 5, which is 6. I'm having a bad
6.
night.
You get the sense that this is more a store of knowledge taken from, they've gone out and raided places, and it's all been brought through here, and you get the sense that, like, books have been picked and chosen from. It's not books that they have produced, more books they have stolen. So, no, unfortunately, you don't find any information on the dragon cult in here. I'll give you another roll since you didn't find anything. It might be a higher DC to learn something, but is there anything else you'd like to learn?
See if there's any good weapon like moves that might be good to learn, like how to jump better. I guess.
How to jump better. Oh, how to jump better. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. Come on. 7. What's the roll with? Was that insight or investigation or?
Investigation.
Oh, okay. So 7 plus 5 is 12.
12. You find a manuscript. It's almost like sort of like a descriptive blueprint. And you get the sense that this was meant to be a part of a package, but clearly was separated from the original package. And it reads, it's more of like a letter, sort of integrated in with like a number of blueprints. And you see this beautiful set of armor with, it's a studded leather set of armor with this strange sort of almost serrated metal bandolier and like studs all across this sort of, it almost looks like padded and quilted armor. It's beautiful, beautiful armor. And it says, up to your specifications, I have created this most unique armor. I shall call it the Armor of the Weightless. With it, you shall gain the ability to not only jump further distances, but also float up into the air. I hope it'll serve your purposes, and it's signed simply with like an initial of like AJ and then some loopy handwriting you can't really decipher past that. But it seems to be the manuscript for some magical item known as the Armor of the Weightless, and it describes its functionality.
Okay, interesting. Star tries to pocket that or just write down in his notes that, okay, look for this armor and specifications, and like basically goes, okay, yeah, cool.
If you want to pocket it, make me a sleight of hand check.
All
See if
right.
you can get around the passive perception of the people in here.
Please roll better tonight. Come on. 15 plus 7.
Nobody notices as you quickly slip it up your sleeve. Nobody's any the wiser.
All right, sweet. And now I have new DLC to put in my pocket.
Yeah, you can add to your inventory Armor of the Weightless letter. Sort of like an other possessions item. It doesn't exist, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I imagine you guys spend a couple hours in here. It seems like you guys are kind of struggling to find stuff to do around the castle. So I'll ask you, how much time do you guys want to spend in the library here doing this research? You want to wait until evening, just kind of kill time here in the library? Is there other stuff you want to do with the day? Because you got that meeting with the lizard folks at night.
Yeah, Cielo wants to check out more of the castle, just to
Okay,
have an idea of the lay of the land,
fair enough.
if anybody was to come.
Yeah, Airfare will tag along.
I'll go as well.
Star, you as well?
Sorry, might help if I unmute. Yes.
No problem. Okay. As you guys are all kind of like getting ready to set out and leave, you guys are going to see sort of coming through the door, on the way up, you do see a red-robed individual and a black dragon lady with purple robes enter the library as you guys are preparing to set out. You see for the first time who could only be Resmir, accompanied by none other than the wizard who accompanied you on the road from Daggerford to Waterdeep. Sort of enter into the room. You see Gemna sees this and immediately kind of like does one of these to like hide her sort of appearance. Does anybody else do the same?
Cielo has her hood up already, so
Okay.
actually hidden.
Star definitely hides his face.
Okay. If everyone wants to do a little hide action, everyone can make me a stealth check. Anyone who has heavy armor disadvantages, don't worry about it, because this is more of a social stealth than a literal hide in the shadow stealth.
Alright, I rolled for 23.
23, very nice.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
19.
19.
9 plus 10. I have 19. I'm having a bad night.
19's good.
Dirty
Shot.
20.
Dirty 20. You guys all very much go to your books. Very much sort of put your heads down to the best of your abilities. Let's see here. They're sort of talking as they enter, and says, what were they up to? The red-robed individual says, a most interesting contraption that you have at your beck and call. Thank you for showing me. The black dragon, half-dragon, goes, of course, Asbara. It was my pleasure. It is not so often that I have creatures of such intelligence to entertain me with. But as it is getting late, I will bid you adieu, and I will see you in the morning. The individual now known as Asbara goes, have a good evening, Resmir. I shall return to my quarters. The two sort of leave each other's company, and you see Asbara leaves the library, and the dragon known as Resmir kind of like looks around the library and walks into sort of the back room. All the dragon cultists sort of like bow their heads as Resmir walks by. She kind of picks a book from the shelf and kind of goes to the table over there to begin reading. You see Gemna kind of gives you all a look of like, what do we do? Or maybe like kind of eyeballs the door.
Felix would just walk out.
Yeah, Star just
Kill.
kind of like nods and like scampers away.
Yeah, you all very, as subtly as possible, leave the library, it sounds like. And you do, without issue. You make your way back into the main courtyard where you meet up with your two cleric-y friends and Snapperjaw. Or Snapjaw. Gemna says, Star.
Chill. Got it. Yeah.
You remember you were saying, like, break into her room?
Yeah. Now
She's not in her fucking room!
Go! Let's do this!
You gonna do it? You gonna break in? Is this the plan? Everybody? Huh?
Oh, wait. Yeah, we never actually told everyone. Guys. Now she's not in her room. Let's go in her room. Like, maybe she has some battle plans we need to know. Like, an idea. What do you guys think?
This sounds like a you mission.
Yes.
Well,
I mean, I can go with you if you want. If you want a little just stealthy backup.
yeah, like us rogues can go, but we're just like, I just wanted to know if you guys are okay with that. 'Cause
No, don't start that.
I don't
All
think
right.
that was an actual no, but
Because well then, let's fucking do it. Let's do it.
let's do it. Okay, so we're gonna go and we're going to see about checking this room out.
Yeah, yeah. I think I got a little info. While you guys were reading books, I was talking to one of the dragon member guys and got a little lay of the land. I think I know which way to go.
Okay. Sounds good.
And we'll sort of lead you in that direction. So if you would be so kind, roll me a renewed stealth check, because now you're actually sort of entering stealth. Social stealth, but real stealth at the same time, I guess.
19.
19. Understood. And Gemna rolls pretty good too.
Good. We're rogues. We can't screw this up.
No, I can't screw this up exactly. So you guys go wander off. Okay, so you two wander away, and as you guys are waiting for a hot minute, something is going to happen with you guys who are waiting outside or determining what you want to do next. You guys have this one cultist, just some like initiate cultist, no one of great import, it seems, sort of casually wanders up and says, you guys roll with the little gnome girl, right? That's Shroud Ciela Nervier.
Gnome girl?
Yeah, there was a, I don't know, there was a gnome with a weird hat or something I was supposed to find, but I remember I see you guys walking around. I don't know where she is right now, but you guys walk around with her, right? Could you pass a message on to her for me?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
All right, here you go. And he hands you guys a letter that is wax sealed, no particular signet on it, but it's just wax sealed. Goes, all right, and walks away.
Tuck it away until I can give it to them.
What was that?
I said I'll tuck it away until I can give it to them.
Okay, fantastic. In the meantime, Star and Jamna skitter their way up, going to go do a little infiltrating. You guys maybe poke your head in the door, and Resmir will still be sort of in the library. Let's see here. All right, let's go take a look. Sneak, 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 sneak. They're not here, not to worry.
Wait.
Star and Jamna make their way to the upper quarters.
Sweet.
All right. You see what looks to be some kind of like, these chambers seem to be living quarters, if a well-furnished office, more like. Lavish in here, beautifully lavish compared to everything else in the castle. The furnishings look recent, as opposed to everything else that looks sort of weathered by time or made their best to look more presentary, but everything looks very recent. Truly the finest stuff like you've ever seen, like very, very fine furnishings. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If there's a writing desk, several smaller tables stacked with inventories of paper, 4 beautiful wooden chairs. Yeah, this is sort of the main room, and there's a couple doors that lead deeper into the chambers.
Okay. I'll start with look at Gemma and go like, okay, I guess it's time to investigate. Let's see what she's got. See what she's hiding.
All right, let's see what she's got. Make me an investigation check to look around the room for anything valuable.
Come on. 21.
21. You are going to find the following. The first is you find 2 matched onyx carvings of black dragons flanking at the top of the staircases. Beautiful pieces of artwork, and for someone such as yourself, Star, you would know that a collector, someone like a real serious collector of such sort of artistic works, would pay up to 3,000 gold pieces for the pair, probably. For the right collector, big money. They're all 3 feet tall and weigh 400 pounds apiece.
Wow. Can't carry
So that dream died in its cradle.
It's like
Unless you got-
starters are like
Yeah, you look at them, they're huge, and you're like, I could sell these for so much, if only I could carry them. So those seem to be like the things of value in here. So while you're going through there, Gemna's like going to the desk, you go over to help out Gemna. You find a number of inventories and reports of various raids that have happened throughout the Sword Coast. But the most important thing that you find there is you find among the papers on the desk, there is a note describing a portal beneath the castle and instructions on how to operate it, including the command word to activate it, which is known, and the command word is Grazier. I will post the word in the Zoom chat. It doesn't say where it goes to, but it does describe the portal. It says that there are caves underneath the castle, and deep within those there is a portal. Describes its use, how to use it, and it gives you the command word on how to activate it.
Okay. And Star just kind of looks at Gemna and going like, wow, that's an interesting note. Did you find
That's
anything
useful.
else?
Yeah, there's these 2 doors here that lead to deeper places.
Right. Well, before we sneak into those, maybe we should kind of double check no one's going to be out behind those doors. So,
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll Okay. You're right.
Yeah.
Let's check the doors. So Gemna will give you the help action. Go ahead and make a perception check at advantage to check the doors and make sure nothing is behind them.
wow, that's what rolled an 18. Wow. Perception. So 18 plus 2 is 22.
22.
Yep.
You look at the door. No, you don't hear anything inside. The door has a lock, but it isn't locked in and of itself. Yeah, and I'll see you go to both doors, and it's the same for both. You don't see any issues. Actually, there shouldn't be a door on this one. That's my apologies. That should just be an open space. And you look through that space, you do indeed see a door through there, where again, you don't hear anything troubling.
Mm-hmm.
But you do see through there a sitting room.
Yeah.
Comfortably furnished with upholstery chairs, padded benches, and 2 small carpeted tables.
Okay. So let's I guess start entering these rooms and seeing what's in them. Wait, I don't like how there's a person in there. There we go.
Sorry, I kind of put them everywhere where they would be. Okay, you open the door, you enter inside, you find yourselves in what you assume to be Resmir's sleeping chambers. A large bed, 2 wardrobes, a standing mirror, and an armor stand with a spare suit of scale mail armor dominate the room.
Okay. Time to see if there's anything hidden in here. Really quickly. Because we don't want to get caught.
Yep. Okay, make me an investigation check of the room.
11.
11?
Yeah.
Nothing of interest is readily available, like, outside the wardrobes. But you can begin to look through those if you wish to.
I feel like all the wardrobes is gonna have is just clothing. Like, I hope. Um, if there's nothing seeable on the outside, I'm just gonna go charging into the next room.
Okay, you go charging into the next room. Gemna's gonna open it up. She wants to see what's going on in there.
You find any nice clothing, let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know. As she opens the door, a trap goes off.
God damn it, Gemna, I told you!
Both of you need to make a dexterity saving throw. Gemna's disadvantage on this roll. And she fails.
8, you said dex?
Dex. I think at this level you should have evasion, if I'm not mistaken.
Can't hear you, Wendy.
Am I muted?
No, you were
muffled.
really muffled. Yeah, you gotta talk into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this thing
Oh.
hates me. 8 plus 7 is my dex saving throw.
15.
Yeah.
15 is your dex saving throw. Do you have evasion? It's a feature.
That
I
I'm
think you get it.
trying to find.
I think you get it at level 5. So go to in your features and traits.
No?
No, okay. You, my friend, are going to take 14 acid damage.
God damn it.
Gemna is fully taken out as she takes 28 acid damage to the face and passes out.
God damn it, Gemna!
So she's on death saving throws.
Oh, great.
It's also worth noting that everything inside of the wardrobe that you just opened is completely burned and ruined by acid.
Okay.
Including most of the furnishings and objects in the room itself. Including the dragon statues. There's a couple of dragon statues in the room that are burned, actually.
Well, okay. So,
Huge mess. Huge fucking mess. If anyone comes in here, someone's gonna know someone fucked up shit in here.
okay, well, being that there is no point to investigate because I don't want Gemna to die, and I'm going to be cursing up and down how much I hate this girl, I am saving her and getting her out of this mess.
Okay. So what do? You got to throw her over your shoulder and you run?
Yeah, 3 foot tall on a 4'5" guy. Yeah, let's go.
Alright, make me a stealth check.
Oh, my God's sake. Oh, come on. 14.
14? That's enough. People aren't too perceptive around here. You go charging out as stealthily as you can to sort of hide evidence that you were the one in the room. And you get down here with Gemna hold over your shoulder as subtly as possible. You guys... well, let me ask, what did you guys do in the meantime while the rogues were away? Or did you just kind of stay and wait for them to get back?
Hang out. That's what I was
Alright,
gonna
you
do.
hang out. You see Star arrive, sort of hidden under her cloak is a severely acid-burned Gemna Gleamsilver. On death saving throws.
And also, I'll just be like, I swear, I'm gonna murder her myself if she doesn't live.
Brad, stand in front, and I will, and kind of give them a bit of cover.
Got it. I'll say Terrence just throws a little healing word on her as she arrives to save her quick. It heals her enough that she kind of sort of wakes up and goes, fuck, ow, fuck, sorry, fuck, ow, sorry.
We'll speak about this later about wardrobes. Don't open them.
Got it. Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I kind of ruined everything in there. There was a big acid trap. That room's fucked. They're gonna know that someone's been poking around where they shouldn't be. That's my fault. Sorry, guys.
Mm,
Damn it.
Yep.
yep. So, but we did find a few things. But we'll talk about that somewhere else where we can do that in private. But for now, let's get Gemna some ice for her face. You know, I'm gonna hold this against you for years, for ages. You know this, right?
Oh, we're gonna know each other for years, are we?
Yeah, we're gonna know each other for years.
Oh, great. I think that moves our timetable up a little bit. Ow. And she's just kind of, she's okay. Like she's gonna be okay, but hurt. This I will say. There's a couple, maybe an hour or two of daylight left. Is there anything you guys would like to do with it before the lizard folk meeting?
See, I was gonna nudge Aravir and remind her of the letter.
Oh yeah, perfect. I'll hand over the letter. Mhm.
Oh, cool. I got a letter.
Mm.
She opens it. She reads it. She looks around at all you guys. She goes, we've been invited to a very secret, super secret meeting that nobody knows about except for now us and our host, who is going to be a man by the name of, well, it's the red guy that we saw with the red robe. His name's Azabar Joss. He's
Yep.
invited us to a private meeting.
Okay. Should we go?
When is it?
It says at our earliest convenience. She
Well,
like hands it to the nearest person if they want to read it.
mm,
Yeah, you read it. It says basically what she says. It says, I would like to cordially invite you all to a meeting within my quarters. I recall you all from our travels on the road and know that perhaps this isn't the place for you. Regardless, I promise not to tell anybody of your appearance here. If you would be willing to meet me for a very diplomatic, basically saying like, I know who you are. Let's be diplomatic. I'd like to meet you. I haven't told anyone about you, and I don't intend to, as long as we can keep things civilized. Come say hi.
hmm.
Wasn't an invitation.
Let's meet up with the lizards first.
Um,
That's what I think.
well, could be a trap with the other guy, and it could still be a trap if we don't go there either. He might know about the lizards meeting. So,
It's not super secret.
no. So, if he knows we're here, well, we're gonna find out anyway because they're gonna know about what happened upstairs. So,
I think we should talk to the lizards too.
If you were to go to the meeting with Asbar, you could go speak with him. You have a couple hours of daylight left,
Oh,
and
yeah,
then you
that's
could
true.
probably go to the lizard folk meeting afterward if you wish to.
okay. Um,
Mhm. We could do both.
okay. But can we shove some healthy berries at this gnome person first, and then I can at least get some enjoyment of seeing her eat bitter berries?
I don't know how the multi-class hack to the healing berries happens for Aoife, so I'll just say that like Gemma's like, no, it's fine. Unless we're planning on going on a rampage tonight, I will do without eating the bitter berries. Thank you very much.
Okay, I tried. Start just being smug, just trying to be nice but also be smug.
Fair enough. Yeah, she's hurting, but she's like, oh, let's go. It's fine.
All right.
All right, you guys gonna go to the little meeting?
I guess so. And just try not to get like, just watch our backs.
Fair enough. You guys make your way through sort of the walkway behind the courtyard, to which you would see what's there? You see a number of what you know to be guard drakes. These sort of like lesser drake creatures that are just sort of milling about and wandering. If you approach haphazardly, they don't seem aggressive. Like, they're allowed to just sort of wander as they please. And they seem to be guarding the place, but they don't seem aggressive to you as you approach. As you make your way through the doors, you are going to find, not you, and you aren't here, so to speak. You indeed see Asbar Joss sort of waiting on all of you. And he is going to say, "Greetings, my former sergeants and protectors on the road. I hope you have found your stay here comfortable."
Yes.
I see. Well, I hoped we could all have the opportunity to meet. I would like to rather keep this in private from our hosts, if you do not mind. So if you'd please step inside, and he will take you through the door here. If you're all willing to go, of course.
Yeah. I'll go in, but I'll have my back against the wall.
I'm gonna stand in the doorway.
Stand in the doorway, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Star's gonna sit on the bed.
Okay, so, yes,
It's
it does
allowed
indeed.
bed.
It does indeed seem to be a sort of guest room, in fairness. So that makes complete sense. Yeah. You sit on the bed, but you guys all kind of file in. He looks at you, Ciel, and says, "Oh, shut the door. I don't want anyone to see us conversing. I hope you understand."
Everybody else in?
Yep.
And I'll do that.
Alright, you do that.
I'll still stay by the door in case I hear something.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say your druidy partners are gonna stay outside too.
Okay.
Or I'll say just Aoife, because I imagine Terrence will be with us next week, so he comes in as well. So what do we got? Star Shroud, just need Erebir, and we will have a complete friendly list.
Oh, it's Gemna. Oh, there she is.
Yep, there she is. And he says, "Excellent. Well, I hope you're all comfortable. I was very interested to see you all here. You'll note that I did come into the library with my good friend Resmir, but did not reveal your appearance. I hope this is a gesture that as long as we communicate in a sort of kind way, you have nothing to fear from me, and I hope nothing to fear from you. As I'm sure you are aware, it would be unwise to attack a guest of Resmir in the middle of the castle. There are so many guards here and there."
So what would you like?
"I'd like to learn more about all of you. It's interesting that you are here. What do you know of the cult's plans? I'm curious to see what you have learned, what you have uncovered. You are rather resourceful people."
We're still figuring that out.
Indeed. But what have you uncovered so far?
Just interesting tidbits here and there, like someone telling my tabaxi friends downstairs to shave themselves to make it easier. Now, you tell me what's wrong with that picture.
Amusing. Well, why don't we keep things simple? How did you learn of the castle? How have you come to be here?
We followed a trail.
Go ahead, sorry.
We followed a trail.
Oh, come, we're not going to have much to speak about if you're not willing to speak, any of you.
I hope you can understand our hesitation.
Surely you can. But I hope that I have already proven some level of ability to be discreet, no?
Well, let's leave it like this. Basically, we followed your lizard guys. We saw them. We followed them. That's the end of the
Followed
story there. Yeah, we
Lizard
followed.
guys. Very resourceful. Very resourceful.
They're not really smart.
Ha! Yes, they leave something to be desired in the way of intelligence, admittedly.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We just followed them here, and noticed you guys were, cultists. We just decided we walked in like that. That's it.
Well, I'll have you know, I am no cultist. I mean, I am associating indeed with them. I am very interested to see what they're up to. I was curious what you have learned of their plans. Surely I can deduce that you were tracking their shipments from down south if I met you in Daggerfold into Waterdeep. So clearly you know something of their raiding activities. What else?
We know they hurt a lot of innocent people.
Yes, they are not an altruistic bunch, to be clear. Certainly.
And clearly it's a dragon cult, so
If I might be so bold to say, you are putting yourselves in quite a great deal of risk. Quite a bit of danger indeed.
sir.
You are very far behind enemy lines, with not many friends, unless I'm mistaken.
So what would you like?
I'd like to know more about all of you, as I have said. What you are doing here, what you have learned, how you have come across this information. I'm just curious about all of you. You are an unknown quantity, and I do not like to be uninformed.
Celia's just trying to think of how to go forward with this. She's not the most intelligent.
Just sort of like look across the room to Eravir, if you're present with us.
Yeah, here.
He says, he kind of looks you over and he says, "A fellow wizard. I thought I recognized the spell book on your hip."
Right.
Perhaps we of intelligent minds might convene. Would you be willing to tell me something of your group? No?
Well, I can confirm that you're right. We followed the caravan north to Waterdeep.
Very interesting, very interesting. May I ask why you are putting yourselves in such harm's way?
Well, because of the pillaging and the harm that they've done to the innocent people. We want to stop it.
Surely you all do not intend to take down the dragon cult singularly.
We'll do our part. We'll do what we can.
You'll do your parts. So there are multiple cogs in this machine?
If they were as large as that, well, yet.
Ambitious is a common trait of our kind. Might I ask, who is it that sent you on this grand mission? I'm as capable as you all are. I don't imagine you think you have the might to take down the dragon cult all by yourselves. As you've seen, the operation is quite widespread, which means that someone must have sent you.
Well, again, you flatter me. I wish it was all as official as that. Really, I stumbled upon, this information and called upon my friends to help out, and here we are.
What information is that exactly?
Oh, that the dragon cult was traveling north. You see, I've studied the dragons for a couple of years now.
Make me a deception check.
I don't want to give up my friend. 18.
18. He looks at you surprised and says, "Truly, you happened upon information of Dragon Cult ratings, and you have, might I say, with exceptional skill and subtlety, have tracked the Dragon Cult all the way into the Mare of Dead Men to defeat them personally?
Yeah.
I hope I do not insult too deeply when I say you find yourselves in quite a very naive motive. I mean,
I don't think that bloodshed and murder and the pillage of my and friend's hometown is very or not hometown, sorry, but like the village is very naive. I mean, these pillagings really do hurt people, and we're here to end it. That's not
make no mistake, I completely agree. What the Dragon Cult is doing is far less than altruistic, isn't a good thing, and I have no doubt many people would wish to see stopped. What I mean to say is, you all are here hoping that how many of you are there? 6 of you? The 6 of you are going to personally defeat the Dragon Cult all by yourselves?
oh, not exactly. It's more of a recon mission.
I see. And you're just reconning for yourselves? Possibly bringing this to the Lord's Alliance later. Very
We can guard
independent.
our allies. Like I said, that's the goal.
Acquiring allies. I have to say, this is a very significant amount of initiative you have taken. This is something like the storybook's promise.
What of yourself? What's your role to play in all of this?
I am, shall we say, a envoy of my own personal faction. I am interested to see what these Dragon Cult members are up to, if there's any possibility of success in what they intend, and I intend to report back, and my superiors will see if it's worth doing anything about.
And what group are you a part of?
I'm afraid that is a little more information than I am willing to reveal at this time. As I can see you are playing things close to the chest, as am I.
What guarantee do we have that you're not going to spill the beans?
You have no guarantee. Just as I have no guarantee that if things come to the worst, you are going to tell them that we had this private conversation. I'm sure Resmir would not take too kindly. But, well, I didn't report you to Resmir when I saw you. Did I?
Not that we know.
So just as I am sure it's the same with all of you, I will keep this to myself until it is convenient not to. Yes?
What choice do we have?
What choice do you have? One last question. What do you think your chances of success here are? You are 7 adventurers, alone in the swamp deep behind enemy lines, trying to figure out what the Dragon Cult is up to. Do you really think you can succeed?
We've seen death. Seen quite a lot of death. Honestly,
Lots of death.
it would be nice to survive.
Well, I will wish you luck, but with all due respect, coming here, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Your positions you've put yourselves in. As long as you do not do any harm to me, I will not do any harm to any of you. I have no interest in getting into any sort of violent fight. So, how's this? I think I've learned all I wish to know about all of you. You may leave in peace, and let us hope our paths do not need to cross again.
And if they do,
Well, I'm sure we will all see the circumstances and how we return company, yes? But as I said, I have no interest in entering some kind of brutal contest of violence.
There's no need for an altercation.
Exactly. Well, it's out of my mouth.
I can't help but ask. You said that you were sent here to gauge these people. I'm curious what you think of them so far.
I think they are surprisingly effective. I think the resources they have are to their benefit. They have kept to themselves, kept their operations quiet. Their raids seem to go under the radar. I'm rather impressed with their operation. Wouldn't you agree? They raid so deep and far away, and they travel things so very subtly without the knowledge of greater authorities into remote parts of the world. I have to say, it's an impressive operation. What their ends are, well, I have yet to see. But so far, I am impressed with the work they have done.
Good. Well, we'll be on our way.
Very well. Sort of gestures to the door behind you, Ciela.
She'll open the door and watch him just pass, but not passively, but assertively as the others leave. And then she'll close the door behind her as she leaves.
Fantastic. As you leave, the day grows late. And as you head outside, Snapjaw will say, "Okay, it's time. Time for the meeting. Yes? Yes?
yes.
Okay, come. And as you guys follow Snapjaw to go meet with the lizard folk and maybe convince them that you are all messiahs of their cause and some god has sent you thusly, we will call a session to the end. There's much more to see in this castle and yet still much more to do.
Yay.
All right. Let me
Okay.
just